Voilà, c'est ça, tu vois. A little surprise. Okay, very nice. Okay, that's very good. Very good afternoon, welcome to the Stade de Rhône. It is the afternoon session, day 6 of the IPC Athletics World Championships Lyon 2013. We have 21 gold medals to be decided this afternoon. We had 8 great events this morning at the Stade de Rhône, well attended as always. You can see already the crowds are building up underneath the trees to stay in the shade, and there's a very good reason for that. Sun absolutely tearing down. It's 32 Celsius, but down trackside, quite a few considerable degrees more. Negligible breeze, so it's going to stay warm. Well, good afternoon from Will Downing, Jeremy Nicholas with me also. Another beautiful day here, and a lot of the familiar names are here again this evening. Tatiana McFadden, Marcel Hug, Raymond Martin, all going for goals. Alan de Oliveira also. We start off with the field events as always. We've got 3 of those: the men's club throw, the men's shot put, and the women's discus, and then a whole series of 1500 meters finals in a row. Starting with the T46s, we progress on into the middle section of the afternoon. Men's 200 meters finals at T51 and T52. Those will be wheelchair events. There's a women's 400 meters final for athletes who are completely blind. And then a whole series of big 100 meters finals, including Jason Smith going for his double again. He's the fastest parasport athlete, and his race is at 19:05 Central European time. That's 17:05, 5:05 GMT. If you're watching back in Ireland with him, well, that's 6:05 p.m. your time.
So the crowd building up, and the race they'll be waiting for is at around about 10 to 8 tonight, when Marie-Amélie Lefeur of France takes on April Holmes of the USA and Marlon van Rijn of the Netherlands. As you can see, they're sheltering in the shade, people with fans, keeping themselves nice and cool. Lots of youngsters here with the clappers, going like the clappers, inflatable devices that make a clapping sound when you bang them together. And written along them, the black on the yellow, it says France. Get those on the way in. They make quite a bit of noise. Hats are essential wear. Very, very sunny here today. And lots of fluids need to be taken on board. Just a few brave souls out in the sun. And she's on the telly, enjoying the sunshine. Just the only person sitting in that bank of seats. Much more popular up in the shade. That's the area where the friends and family of the athletes watch. That's the area where the Mexican delegation's leader sings to his team, keep them happy. Quite a few people in orange supporting the Netherlands. They'll be looking forward to seeing Marlou van Rijn in action. Lots of the old favourites in action this afternoon. Good to see Tatiana McFadden again. Marcus Hug, we haven't seen enough of him. Oh, hang on, he's been on every day so far. So that's the sound the clappers make. Time to keep cool, catch up with old friends, chat about the action that's coming ahead. This is Paralympic Sport TV. Me, Jeremy Nicholas, Will Downing.
Now we've got 3 field events that are starting. Let us the men's club throw. Across 3 categories, F31, 32, 51. We've got 19 in this. It'll take a little while for us to run through that competition. It's 3 pages worth of athletes. The gold medalist from London 2012, Karim Benzema of Algeria. We've already seen him win the shot put. Last year was a silver medalist here in that event. Gold medalist from the Athens Paralympics, Stephen Miller of Great Britain from 2004, he's there. And Muna Bakiri and Jose Flair do not now start. So we are down to 17 for that, but it will still take quite a few hours for that event to be complete.
Just an early look at the competitors in the shade, getting their final instructions.
So that's the club throw. We'll be dipping in on that throughout the day, and that'll be decided by points, not distance, because it is a multi-category event. So here's a quick update on the medal standings. Russia, top of the pile, 15 golds, Great Britain on 10, USA 9, Brazil 9, Ukraine 9. Russia with a very good morning. Anna Sorokina won the women's javelin, Alexei Aspatov the men's shot put. Great Britain also progress very well.
Might see Brazil climb a little bit higher with some of the sprints coming up for the athletes with impaired visibility.
Now men's shot put, F11 final, and all of the big names from London who performed well there are here, including man we've already seen take a gold this week, David Casinos Sierra. He's the reigning world champion, he's the reigning world record holder. That was from Sydney 2000, quite a while ago now, those Paralympic Games. Won the discus here this week, and he is not yet satisfied, wants a little bit more. Bronze medalist, Edwin Rodriguez Gonzalez from 2 years ago, represents Colombia. For the United States, Jorge Tarazon. Watch out for Bill Marinkovic also. Gold in the javelin in 2004, bronze in the discus 2012, and bronze in this 2012.
This is one of the events that could be won with the very first throw, because the world record holder, the championship record holder, the man who's already got gold in the discus, is going to throw first for Spain, and if it's a good one, then he could easily find that that will be the winning throw.
And we also have women's discus. F35 and 36, so we've got 3 field events underway very early here at the Stade de Rome, and the competitors are being introduced to the crowd one by one. We have the world record holder and the championship record holder here, and the London 2012 champion and the world champion, and the regular bronze medalist in this, and they are all different people as well. So that's the field for the women's discus final. There's 7 in it. The London 2012 champion, in fact the winner of the last 2 Paralympic Games, is Wu Qing of China. She holds the F36 world record. The F35 world record is held by the 2011 world champion, Maria Pomazan of Ukraine. 2 separate categories, but they are bundled together quite a lot. So we have 2 separate world record holders. Also Catherine Proudfoot, who's a regular medalist at this, and Alla Malchik of the Ukraine, bronze 04 and 08. Catherine Proudfoot won the bronze in 2012 and the silver in 08. 332, Hernandez of Colombia has the shortest personal best, but no better place outside of Paralympic Games. He needs to improve. So strong fields for all of the early field events here, and lots of spectacular action on the track as well.
Yes, we've got some men's 100 metres T11 semi-finals coming up that feature Not only the world record holder Lucas Prado, but also the championship record holder Ananias Shikongo of Namibia.
So let's show you the medal standings again. Russia with the 15 golds, they've 32 in total. Great Britain, 10. United States, Brazil, Ukraine, Germany, all performing very well, as you would expect here.
And if we were an American television station, we'd have America second in that table, because they tend to do it on the total number of medals, which would have had Russia 32, America 30. Great Britain would not have been second, they'd been down in fourth under the American system.
Mind you, the American system is normally whatever has them higher. Now, men's 100 metres T11, it's the semi-finals, and this is semi-final 1. So we had 4 heats earlier today, and those in the middle lanes are the heat winners, Lucas Prado and Ananias Shikongo of Namibia. Had a really fast run this morning. This could be a good one. It's for T11 athletes, so those who are completely blind, full visual impairment. Nice field for this. Prado is the world record holder from Beijing. Championship record went this morning, but it didn't go to him. For Venezuela, this is Jesus Diaz. This guy is Manuel de la Rosa. Now, Lucas Prado won his heat. He is the world champion from Christchurch, won in Beijing in 2008, silver in London. He's the world record holder, Lucas Prado. But no longer the championship record holder, because this man is Ananias Shikongo of Namibia, who won his heat impressively. Only major medal before the 100 metres, bronze in Christchurch, the last world championships 2 years ago.
Always uses up lots of energy on the blocks, just dancing about.
And Zhu Lai, the London 2012 champion, is in lane 7. 11.16 is his personal best, which isn't that far away from Prado's world record. But he lost the championship record today. It's only the winner that automatically qualifies, plus the 2 fastest losers. And everybody has a guide here. So it's Jesus Diaz, Lucas Prado, Ananias Shikongo, and Zhu Lai. And you can just see the steam rising from the track.
I thought I felt hotter. I can feel steam rising out my head, Will.
Mid-30s Celsius. And down on the track, it will be teetering towards 40. Oh. So Diaz, Prado, Shikongo, and Zhu Lai are the 4 in this, each with guides, as it's T11. And it's only the winner who is guaranteed a place in the final of this men's 100 metres. Shikongo excellent this morning. Does he have another fast one in him today? Prado alongside. The guides will always keep track for the athlete just how close the opposition is. So Diaz, Prado, Shikongo, Zhu Lai. Breeze picking up in the stadium now. And they're underway the first time of asking. Prado got off well, Shikongo also, but Zhu Lai got off even better, and Prado is leading here for Brazil. Shikongo is now coming good. It'll be Prado and Shikongo, it'll be fast. It'll be 11:09, unofficial time for now. It's a championship record, and Lucas Prado has got it back. Well, that was superb. He lost his championship record this morning to Shikongo, but he made sure he would snatch it back at the first time of asking. Superb running by Lucas Prado. Straight out of the blocks, it's been rounded down to 11:08. That's the new championship record. And Shikongo was going well, but Prado is so much better. It's only 0.05 of a second outside of his own world record that stood for 5 years. Shikongo back in second place, loses the championship record he only held for a few hours. That was blistering running from Prado, but he wanted to get a message out to the rest, and he has.
So great to see a championship record so early on. We've got Felipe Gomez of Brazil going in the next semi. He's a quick man as well. He has a PB of 11:20.
And with 11:63, I'm not sure Zhu Lai, the London 2012 champion, will make it, but Prado wins 11.08.
Yeah, the first in each heat, and then the next two fastest go through to the final. Let's catch up with a little bit of discus action before we see Gomez up against Santos of Angola. Bit of discus action. This is women's discus throw, F35-36 final. Wu Qing of China in the lead at the moment, 24.46. So this is the lady that we said rhymes with her event, but only when she's doing the shot put. Catherine Proudfoot does the shot put. She also does the discus, but she doesn't rhyme when she does the discus. Here's her first throw. 24.46 leading at the moment. 23.68 in silver, 20 bronze, 17.92 for fourth place. And Catherine Proudfoot's first throw. She's got good technique, the Aussie. Walks away 23.42. That's enough to put her in silver at the moment. South African to go next, Chanel Fonsail. Chanel wasting no time in getting into position. The throwing circle. So the world record is held by Maria Pomazan of the Ukraine, 30.12. That's just a little bit over 20 meters for Chanel Fonsail. Should take her up into about fourth place.
Should tell you as well that the wind is absolutely sprung up here all of a sudden. Little gusts blowing across the stadium.
It's very welcome in the heat. Well, we'll tell you how far Chanel Fonsail throws. But now we've got the 100 metres T11 second semi-final. Men to look out for in this: Octavio Santos and Felipe Gomez. And Muradov of Azerbaijan. Fernando Ferrer of Venezuela, lane one, his guide Javier Carrera. Felipe Gomez, so I don't see the Angolan in lane three. I'm not sure if the Angolan's not there. And this is Elchin Muradov, his guide Valentin Bulichev. Yeah, so the Angolan is in position. We just didn't see him on the camera there. Octavio Santos. Nicolo Ernesto Palanta is his guide. We didn't see him on the camera, but just turning around, I can see him live. And all is well. So this is the T11 men's 100 metres semi-final. Just seen Lucas Prado set a new championship record in the first semi of 11.09. Chikongo had set a new championship record earlier. Prado has broken it back almost straight away. So Ferrer of Venezuela, Santos of Angola, Gomez of Brazil and Muradov of Azerbaijan. Now the confusion about the start was that the Brazilian didn't didn't arrive at the expected time, so he was down on the caption originally as a DNS, which is did not start, but then he did arrive, so he's all set to go. Hopefully he's a little bit quicker off the marks than he was getting to the marks. A bit noisy in the stadium. They will ask for quiet for these blind runners with their guides. So Ferreira, Santos, Gomez and Muradov, and Gomez away extremely well, but moving around quite a lot in his lane. The Brazilian in the lead, he was weaving about quite a bit, but Gomez is going to win it, and Muradov of Azerbaijan will come in second. Gomez of Brazil qualifies quite comfortably, but he was moving around a lot in his lane, and his guide was having to push him back in the right direction, and he's gone right up to the camera. Now, it might well be there's some kind of inquiry there, because he went a little bit in front of Santos of Angola in the red. The Brazilian runner in the green coming through there, winning it, but I just wonder if there might be some kind of an inquiry, because you see here they go across a little bit into the left and possibly interfere with the Angolan in the red. See the head-on shot here. Great action from Prado once he gets, Gomez once he gets going, following on from Prado in the previous semi-final. So Gomez definitely got the time. I just wonder whether Gomez interfered a little bit with Santos. Gomez the second closest to us, Santos the third closest. And there's the photo finish, which is academic. But Felipe Gomez with his guide Jorge Borges, and Borges had to do a lot of work to keep his man on track there. 11:35 was the time, and I just wonder if there might be some kind of a complaint about that from the Angolans. They finished third, so 11:35 the winning time. Muradov of Azerbaijan second, and we'll come back to that. We're not going to show the official result because I wonder if there might be an inquiry.
Well, let's cross over to the men's shot put. Already a gold this week for David Casinos Sierra in the discus for Spain. That throw coming from Miroslav Madzia of Poland. The results from the previous race we're told are now official. So Madzia's throw is 9.60. Is in 9th place.
So confirmation of Felipe Gomez qualifying in a time of 11:35. Muradov was second, Santos third, and Ferrer of Venezuela fourth. And that will mean going through to the final.
So here's our leader from Spain, David Casinos Sierra. 12:49 in the first round. And that's beyond 10 meters again. And a prospect, he's increased his advantage here. He's the world record holder, 15:26 from when he won gold at the 2000 Paralympic Games in Sydney, when all of the categories were different. But the one that he won corresponds directly to the F11, so carried over 13:07, increases his lead to almost a metre. Casino Sierra in first place. Mikhailov second for Russia, and Rodriguez Gonzalez third for Colombia.
And there's nobody else in the field really that can throw 13 metres. The guy in second place with 12.16, that's his personal best. The guy in third place has a season's best of 11.29, and everybody else throwing around about the 10-11 metre mark. So 13.07, I think he's going to get gold again, and that will be double gold. He already has the gold in the discus. Next to throw from the USA, Jorge Tarazon. Through 9.82, he was the second person to throw, and now he'll be the second person to have his second throw. 9.82 to beat. Moves across much more slowly than Casino Sierra. I think we can see that that again is just short of the 10 metre mark. 9.82 last time. somewhere around about the same. So these are totally blind competitors. It's, the American has thrown 9.42, so that's a little bit behind. His guide and coach just relaying that information to him. We'll stay with this action until the next event on the track. This is the guy in 4th place at the moment, Marinkovic of Austria. He's thrown 11.15, currently lying 4th. Sets himself up, one arm in the air, shoots across the circle much quicker, around about the 11-meter mark. 11.15 he's thrown already. To move into the silver medal position, he'd have to go above 11.29. And it's around about there. 10.84 for Bill Marinkovic. Sits down. Had him slacken off the Velcro on his belt. Sits down next to the American.
So we're going to move across to the women's discus, and this is Maria Pomazan throwing for Ukraine, and it's beyond 30 meters. And far enough for it to be a world record, 31.01. She takes the lead. It's a real battle between her and Wu King, as they're both world record holders in their own class. Pomazan in front, and a world record 31.01. Men's shot put now F11 for athletes who are completely blind, and we saw Bill Marinkovic a few moments ago. This is Vasyl Lichinsky, a tremendous veteran and a multi-medal winner as well, going back years and years. He was silver medalist in this, his last 2 runnings. You can go further back than that, he's 49. Satisfied for now.
So we're getting ready for another race on the track at 1,500 metres. This will be the T46 final. After this, we've got the T13 1,500 metres final, the T12 1,500 metres final, the T11 1,500 metres final, then the women's T54 final, all 1,500 metres.
Now there's 7 in this men's 1,500 metres T46 final, and the man they have to topple is Samer Nouaya of Algeria. Gold in this at the last World Championships in 2011 and Athens 2004. For Australia, Michael Roger, who we saw earlier in the week, a personal best set this year of 3:58, and he's the 2nd fastest in the field. 3rd fastest, David Emom of Uganda, 22-year-old, the coming name, Alex Pires of Brazil, likewise. Same age, as indeed is Kahit Kilikaslan of Turkey. Series of men born in 1990 here. It just turns out that they're going down in age, one by one, but also directly going up by personal best. Abdelhadi El Hati of Morocco is the man to complete the field. So this 1,500 metres T46 final, and the Algerian Samer Nouaya won silver in the 800 in the last 2 Paralympic Games and bronze in this. But he is the reigning world champion. Roger has a really strong prospect as well for Australia. David Among, they're the 3 men to have broken 4 minutes in the field. So we're underway in this men's 1,500 metres final for T46. Nouaya of Algeria moving up towards the front. Michael Roger of Australia, David Emon of Uganda, Alex Pires of Brazil, Kahit Kalikaslan of Turkey, David Dalla Palma of Italy, and Abdelhadi El Hati of Morocco. Well, expect quite a sedate pace early on, as it tends to be the case for championship races of 1500 metres. We're actually seeing a lot of 1500 metre finals this afternoon to get the afternoon programme underway. 3 3/4 laps of the track. I imagine we'll stay bunch like this for at least the next 800 metres. For Brazil, Alex Pires on the outside, defending his line very well. Inside, David Della Palma, currently line second. Michael Roger third for Australia. A little bit of movement from Turkey's Kahit Kilikaslan also. We have 3 laps to go, and they're bunched together very nicely and comfortably.
Yes, it's Pires leading at the moment. Alex Pires for Brazil, taking them nicely around. It's a very, very slow pace indeed. Della Palma of Italy just tracking him at the moment. Then it's the Australian Roger, and then behind him in the red, it's Kilikaslan of Turkey. And no sign that anyone's wanting to take the pace up. Very, very slow, just keeping it nice and tight. Pires just slowing everything down at the front there. Della Palma tucked in behind him. Then it's the Australian. Roger just tucked in, and at some point someone's going to go. Kilikaslan.
Well, I can just see that the Turkish athlete, Kilikaslan, I don't see him in the field anymore. So it's being led out at the moment by Alex Pires of Brazil. It's a field of 6 now. Della Palma right alongside. 2 laps to go. The Australian Roger happily on the inside. El Hati from Morocco there also. Just to the back is David Amon of Uganda, but they're happy with the pace they're taking at the moment. With 700 metres to go, and probably it'll be at the bell. We'll see one final injection of pace, but really the first injection of pace also.
It's been Pires and Della Palma that have taken up the pace, but now they're seeing the first breakaway, and it's the Australian Roger who has gone up there. Roger taking the lead for Australia, and he's stretching away quite nicely. The Ugandan Imong up there as well, and this is a real injection of pace, and Della Palma in the blue of Italy dropping off a little bit at the back. So it's Roger of Australia leading them round now. Roger of Australia up into the lead. He bided his time, and the 2 that were leading are right at the back, Pires and Della Palma. So as they come to the bell, Roger leading.
Yes, it's the Australian at the bell, Michael Roger, who hits the front, but on the inside, the man who is the reigning world champion, and a real danger here, Samer Nouaya of Algeria, and also moving up well for Uganda is David Emong, and now look at him going the outside. Roger is accelerating strongly to keep up. In 4th place is Pires, and now on the outside, Nouaya is going. Oh, it's just been a phony war up to now. This is the real race. Nouaya in front, 200 remaining. Roger in 2nd, 3rd is Emong. 4th now for Brazil is Pires, and it's between these 4. The rest are out of it completely, and Nouaya biding his time. He's in the closing straight. Roger fighting all the time, but Nouaya is going to take the honours here. Nouaya is going to win it, and here comes Pires for Brazil, but it's too late for him. Nouaya retains his world title, and it's 2nd for Pires, it's 3rd for Roger, 4th Imong. Well, that was the 400 metres race. End of story. What a superb effort in the end. Pires moved up very well, tremendously well, but Nouaya is the world champion for a 2nd time. Pires took the silver and Roger the bronze for Australia. But there's no doubting about the number 1 here. 4:05.61, the official time. And a super victory for Samer Nouaya, and it was the injection of pace here that really did it. Roger was going on fine. Emong was the first to go with 300 remaining. Roger went up alongside, and then Nouaya decided to go and stay gone, and in the closing straight. The man to watch is actually Alex Pires, who was 4th at this stage, but then fires up on the outside. Perhaps if he'd gone maybe 20 metres earlier, he might have caught up with our leader. But Summer Noah does it again, wins for Algeria, Pires second for Brazil, Roja third for Australia, Emong fourth, and fifth was El Hati, and sixth was De La Palma. It's really good running from the Brazilian on the outside, and Roja fighting hard. He saw Noah right in front, but the Algerian would not be denied a second consecutive world title. And you have to say, he got his tactics and the break absolutely right. Marvellous victory, and Algeria and North Africa pick up another gold medal. And, well, the kissing will continue. Perfect break and a perfect victory. So Noah wins 405.61, Pires second for Brazil, 406.04, and Roja in third place, 406.74.
And the 1500 metres are just going to keep coming. We'll have a T13 final for you shortly, and then a T12 final, and then the T11 final. So all 4 athletes with a visual impairment. While they're getting that all sorted out for us, we'll have another medal ceremony. It's the long jump, T44.
Well, this was one of the astonishing world records of the week. We've seen a lot of them here. I think this is one which is truly capturing a lot of attention, deservedly so. More about that when the medal is finally presented. It was, without any doubt, one of the highest standard finals that we've had here. Messi Lepiato had won the men's high jump at this T44 category. Wrestling best in this of 6:49, so he's had a fruitful week. It's worth his time coming over. Jumpers maybe alternate with the sprints, but not with another completely different jumping event. The Wednesday's Ronald Herzog led for the Netherlands, but ultimately would be overtaken by something which truly, undeniably is world class.
Thank you.
Ronald Herzog went out to 6:78, and that was very good. But then this guy went out to 7 meters 95. It's a new world record. It's the furthest that any para-sport athlete has achieved before at 7:95. It would have been a top 8 finish in the Olympic Games men's long jump final. It's extraordinary. Won by a margin of 1 meter and 17 centimeters, which in any long jump event is completely unheard of. It's an extraordinary victory for Reim. I think words don't quite cover the magnitude of what he's done. Here's the German national anthem. wonder if he starts ringing people up and saying, well, you know what, I think I might like to try and compete in the Olympic Games as well. It'll be a little bit harder to find, but I actually wonder what the regular German Championship final was. A lot of nations are having their National Athletics Championships next weekend. We'll see how that equates to the German Championship long jump. 7.95 surely would be enough to win. The ceremonies continue because this is the men's shot put F58 that is now coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the men's shot put F58.
This was from earlier this morning. We almost had another world record in this, but in the end the world record holder and the incumbent champion from London and the last World Championships came through.
You can see the way the dresses are blowing around that it really has got quite windy.
Médaille de bronze représentant le Brésil, Leonardo Amarcio.
It was a continental record for Leonardo Amarcio, Brazil. South American record, 14.65 he went out to. This is the shot put.
Silver medalist representing Poland.
Médaille d'argent représentant la Pologne, Javelin F42.
Silver medal for Janusz Rokicki, Poland, 14.98. Pulled it off again. Victory of almost half a metre ahead of the rest. It's anticipated that he might win, and he did. Alexei Ashibadov wins from Russia. 15 metres 41. It's a metre away from the world record he set in Christchurch 2 years ago. Great result, and he has.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of the Russian Federation.
So now the Russian national anthem, and we're hearing this a lot this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Anthem still sounds like it comes from a fun fair. Just looked up about Marcus Rain, by the way. Went out to 7.95 in that long jump. It puts him 5th in the German rankings this year. So he would be in contention for a place in the IAAF World Athletics Championships. Which is remarkable, which is ridiculous, frankly. And Well, if I was a meeting organizer, I'd fancy inviting him, to be honest. Now we move on to our next final on the track, and it's the men's 1500 meters T13. This is for athletes of minimal visual impairment, and 5 of the 8 have won recent medals at major championships. That includes Tarek Zalzouli of Morocco. Looks very similar to a colleague of his who's already won a couple of gold medals this week. He is the reigning world champion. Alex Atimov of Russia is the second fastest in the field, so he's second closest to the inside. Lukas Hidecki of Poland, silver medalist behind Zalzouli in Christchurch in the last World Championships. Abdelaila Mami of Morocco, gold in the 800 in the Beijing Paralympic Games, bronze in the 800 in London. Abdelatif Baka of Algeria, gold in the 800 at London 2012. Youssef Ben Ibrahim of Morocco, bronze in the last World Championships in Christchurch. Guillaume Oulet of Canada, personal best this year of 4:02. Starting on the outside. For Poland, and he's wearing his club singlet, is Patryk Łukaszewski. 3 Moroccans in this, 2 from Poland, Algeria, Canada and Russia also represented here. We have all the medalists from the last World Championships. David Korir is the world record holder. He won the London 2012 title, but the Kenyan team are not here. So we're underway in this men's 1500 meters T13 final. It's Zalzouli, Akhtamov, Hidecki, Mame, Baka, Ben Ibrahim, Oulet and Łukaszewski. And look at that, absolutely tore away out of the blocks already. Zalzouli and Baka, and they both won major golds and major championships the last 2 years, and Mame is fighting hard, and you know what, this is going to be a totally different race than the 1500 meters final we saw a few moments ago. Entirely different, and that is actually Mame who's made his way out to the front. Zalzouli is currently in second, and the Algerian in between is Baka. Well, he's gone for this right from the start, and it's good to see. Brave move, we'll see if it pays off. And it looks to me that 3 of the first 4 are from Morocco. 3 laps to go.
Yeah, the top 4 all from North Africa, but it's Zalzouli and the Algerian behind him, Baka, Mame going well as well. And it's very, very quick. Got a couple of Moroccans and an Algerian here. And Zalzouli taking him round at the moment, the world champion, with the Algerian second, Baka, and now it's slowed down a little bit as these 4 have got away. This is going to be from this elite 4 at the front. I think we're going to get the 3 medals because the rest of the field being very much stretched out behind them. But as they come around now, it's the North Africans leading the way here. Can the Algerian in the middle, Baka, make a challenge here? But at the moment, Zalzouli and Baka and Mame. And these 3 now getting ahead. As they come in front of us, there's still 2 laps to go, and it's slowing down a little bit, but they're all looking very comfortable with 2 to go.
And taking them out is Abdelaila Mame, the 800 meters champion from Beijing 2008. The only Algerian among the Moroccans is Abdelatif Baka in second place, and then it's Zalzouli and Ben Ibrahim. Mame went very much out in the front very quickly. Looks like Ben Ibrahim it is who's coming out on the far side to go in front, and Youssef Ben Ibrahim, now he won the bronze medal 2 years ago.
He's dropped out.
Oh, he's gone. That's a major fallout. That is a major fallout. I think it's Mame who's gone.
Yep, Mame.
It's Mame who's gone. Mame is out of it. He's obviously pulled a hamstring, so it won't be a clean sweep from Morocco. So it is Ben Ibrahim who leads for Morocco. It is Baka in second place for Algeria, and it's Zalzouli who's third. They're all North African, and they're well ahead of the rest, around 40 meters with 500 to go. taken away by Ben Ibrahim, leading Baka, leading Zalzouli. Little bit of a gap back towards Zalzouli, but he is the world champion. He will have a kick. Here comes the bell. It's Ben Ibrahim who leads. Baka trying to go on the outside. Might wait until he reaches the back straight for the final time. But in the inside, it's Ben Ibrahim for Morocco. And now here's the move by Baka. And Baka shoots out in front ahead of Ben Ibrahim. And as he timed this well, Zalzouli's back in third place. The outgoing world champion. There's still not much between them. It's Baka who's in the lead. Algeria, well, he was among 3 other Moroccans, and now he's got it down to 2. And now he's out in front, and now he's accelerating all the more. It's Baka who's in the lead here for Algeria, and there might be a Moroccan battle, only for the silver medal in the end. There's no clean sweep for them, that's for sure. Baka's holding up for the moment, and it really doesn't look as if there's any kick in the other 2. Baka's taking it away, and in the final straight, Baka's going to get gold for Algeria here. Well, he gold in the 800 in London, and he's done it here in the 15. Baka will break the championship record. He basically walked across the line. Baka takes the gold, Ben Ibrahim the silver, and Zalzouli the bronze. That was incredible, though. Ultimately, it's Souley who's in 4th, but Mame had looked so good, and then with 600 to go, well, it was a hamstring, and we're seeing a few of those. It is a hard track. It is a championship record as well.
A championship record that has stood since the 25th of July, 1998, and he's just taken 3 seconds off it. I just wonder if Mame there was almost used as a pacemaker, or whether he pulled up an injury, because I can see him over on the far side. He looks all right to me. I wonder if he wasn't there just to get the pace up a little bit, so that his teammate could set a championship record. Well, it hasn't paid off because
gone completely wrong if that was the case.
The Algerians won it.
You don't tend to get that in championships. I mean, he had a great opportunity of getting a medal himself now. He is an 800-meter runner. It happened with 600 to go, so well, he pulled out with 900 meters gone.
The only thing
and
I would
say, if
say
they've done that in the championship race, if they've seriously done that in the championship race, then there should be sanctions as a result.
The only thing is, I've seen him walk back to. He's now walking through the mix zone. I see him walk back round the track. He did not walk back like a man that had a pulled muscle. So.
Well, Algeria take the gold medal here. Fine championship record for Abdelatif Baka, 3:53.05. Ben Ibrahim second, Zalzouli third. Mame was up there and pulled out. We'll give him the benefit for now that it was an injury.
We'll bring you all the details, but let's just have a look at some of the field action taking place. This is a bit of discus for you. Various field events going on at the moment. Ukrainian discus thrower. Thumbs up. So this is the leader in the discus at the moment. So Pomazan in the lead for Ukraine in the women's discus. She's already thrown 31.42, a world record, 1,024 points. Looks like she's fairly comfortably heading towards the gold medal. No throw for the Colombian, currently in 5th, Martha Hernandez-Flori. So most of them have now had 4 throws. The leaders still have 2 throws to go. The Australian next, Catherine Proudfoot, currently in bronze position, 24.91.
Lancer de massue, ça se passe dans la cage de lancer, côté ligne d'arrivée du 100 mètres. C'est l'Algérien Laouari Balaz qui est en tête.
Throws that well and it's gone out to the left-hand side, so there's a red flag. They will not bother to measure that. It's her first no throw so far. Ling of China, currently lying second. She's had a couple of no throws, a 24.46 and a 25.78. Lots of noise from the Chinese lady. It's over 25 metres. Now, because of the different classifications, she's an F36, and the girl in gold is an F35. She has already set a championship record for F36s. 25.25, so just short of her best.
Well, we've had Algerian victors in the first two 1500 metres finals of the day. This is now the T12 decider. This will not go to Algeria, but it might go to Abdelrahim Zhou. He's the fastest in the field. He won 2 golds in London, 3 in the last World Championships in Christchurch. Semideniz of Turkey. Yeltsin Jack, we've already seen him this week. He's due to have a guide in this, though I don't see Carlos Santos there. Hitachi Horikoshi of Japan. This is the visual category where you can have a guide if you wish. For Venezuela, Roger Rodriguez. And with the guide, Ian Speed. Slowest personal best in the field. Dennis Fitzgerald is his guide. Zhou is the world record holder from London. He's the reigning Paralympic Games champion and the reigning world champion. Zhou, a real class act, and expect to see him go out in front very shortly, but it's Hitachi Horikoshi who moves out there. So it's Zhou of Tunisia, Deniz of Turkey, Jack of Brazil, Horikoshi of Japan, Rodriguez of Venezuela, and Ian Speed of Australia, who's the only man here with a guide. We were told Yeltsin Jack would use one, but he's elected against them for now, and he's up in second place. And Horikoshi sailing up comfortably on the outside. Venezuelan also, Roger Rodriguez comfortably in the front right now. Yeltsin Jack decided to make a move as they come in the closing straight for the first time. Also Semideniz up for Turkey, well on the outside, moves up into second place, but the very much sedate pace with 3 laps to go.
It's Jacques of Brazil leading them out with the Turk behind him, Deniz. And then the smallest figure in the race, Horikoshi of Japan. So Jacques opting to go without a guide. That's quite strange. We've seen him with a guide before. And the Australian, the only one in the race with the guide at the back. But Jacques of Brazil leading them down the far side, ahead of Deniz of Turkey and Horikoshi of Japan. This is the third of these 1500 metres finals, the T12, the middle category for athletes with impaired visibility. And the Brazilians are fantastic at the impaired visibility sprinting events. Let's see what they can do in the long distance versions. We've seen them medal in 100, 200. And Jacques, since he's gone to the front, has stayed in front, and he's bringing them home well here. Ahead of the Turk. Very, very comfortable indeed, Jacques, as he comes up with 2 to go.
Got a lovely flowing style, was Yeltsin Jack, and he finds himself in the lead with 2 laps remaining. Semideniz of Turkey comfortably in second. Abdelrahim Zhou of Tunisia. Haven't mentioned his name much in the race, but suddenly he's third, and he looks very dangerous. And Roger Rodriguez for Venezuela fourth. And the rest, the other 2, beginning to fall back just a little bit now. And that is the Japanese runner, Hitachi Horikoshi, and with the guide for Australia, Ian Speed. We've got 600 to go, and Zhou, I think he'll pounce sometime shortly, but at the moment, Yeltsin Jack is defending it well for Brazil.
Yep, Zhu of Tunisia is definitely tracking Yeltsin Jack of Brazil as they come round here. He's looking very, very comfortable in second place. Jack of Brazil has been leading pretty much from the start, and we saw Zhu of Tunisia just slowly move his way up through the field, and he's looking very, very good there. Denise of Turkey, and then it's the Japanese Horokishi as they come to the bell.
And the bell has Yeltsin Jack leading. It's Abdurrahim Zhu. 4 medals in London, from the 8 all the way up to bronze in the marathon. He'll be making his move, but Yeltsin is the first man. Yeltsin Jack is the first man to put the injection of the pace in. Now the opportunity is going to come shortly for Zhu to overtake over on the far side. And now Zhu hits the front with around 2:50 to go. But Jack is fighting back, and Jack is holding the lead for now. And if Zhu is to take gold this time for the 3rd consecutive major championships, he's got a real fight in his hands. Denise of Turkey is back in 3rd. This is going to be one of the battle of the games, maybe, in the final 80. It's being led by Yeltsin Jack. Zhu's going to try and go on the outside. Zhu goes for Tunisia. Zhu is in front. Does Jack have anything left? I don't think he does. And Zhu takes the gold yet again for Tunisia. And that's 6 golds in 3 major games. Yeltsin Jack wins the silver for Brazil, and for Turkey it's Semi Denise who takes the bronze, and 4th for Venezuela was Roger Rodriguez. Well, it was a good race, and he gave it his all, Yeltsin Jack, but Abdurrahim Zhu just had a little bit extra left, and it's 4:01.52. It's a good time, but it's a very good win, and it was only in the final 60 metres or so. And as soon as Zhu went for it, Jack looked around to make sure he wasn't going to lose the silver. He did have a good chance for gold, but Zhu just had too much in the tank, and it was really well tactically run by Zhu, because he stayed down in the field, and then one by one throughout the race he picked them off, and the most important spot he took right at the end. And Jack knew then that he was beaten. And Zhu, well, he's a great athlete. Gold in the 800 and 1500 in London, silver in the 5000, bronze in the marathon, gold in the 8, the 15 and the 5000 in the last World Championships in Christchurch, and he's done it here now too. Gold for Abdurrahim Zhu. Yeltsin Jack gets the silver for Brazil, and Semi Denise the bronze for Turkey.
Best race we've seen so far on the track. And we've got another 1500 metres coming up next, which is the T11s. That's the completely blind competitors, so all of those will have guides. Oder Santos going in, that one up against Christian Valenzuela. Got another medal ceremony happening as well, and we'll also bring you up to date with what's happening in all those throwing events here on Paralympic Sport TV. Me, Jeremy Nicholas, Will Downing.
Men's 5,000 metres, T54, victory ceremony.
And by the Chief Operating Officer, Athos, responsible for major events.
It's one of the long track events here. Women's equivalent was won by Tatiana McFadden.
Representing Australia.
It's a familiar name at the top. Richard Coleman. That's another to add to the collection in his lifetime resume. High standard final. When you see who didn't get into the medals: Casserly, Josh Cassidy, Josh George. There's another good Australian coming up in Nathaniel Arkley, but it's Richard Coleman who's defending his status as a medalist now. He gets the bronze. Season's best for him. In order to win the silver, it was personal best for Masayuki Higuchi of Japan. 10 minutes 20.95. In the end, it was actually a much closer run thing than it might have been anticipated for the man who eventually won. It's turned into the most successful championship yet for the great Swiss Marcel Hug. His 3rd gold of the games, having won the 10,000 and the 400 previously. the 5,000 that he's won gold in now, plus silver in the 800, and he still has the 1,500 and the marathon to come. He's got 3 golds. Raymond Martin's got 3 golds. Tatiana McFadden's got 3 golds.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they're having their own personal
rise
race.
if you're able for the national anthem.
Hoog is keeping up with them, and there's not many able to keep up
Mesdames
with
et
Hoog.
messieurs, merci de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour
In his honour again.
national de la
Again,
Suisse.
the Swiss anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, médaille d'or.
Marcel Hoog just popping in to get his gold medal. He'll be in action on the track again later, as will Tatiana McFadden. We'll see Jason Smith as well, and Marie-Amélie Lefeur. So we've had a couple of world records today in the throwing.
Ladies and gentlemen, beginning the ceremony, the women's javelin.
That's the winner of the discus from the Ukraine, Maria Pomazan. Set a new world record of 31.42 with 1,024 points. Well done to her. It's the javelin throw now, the women's victory ceremony for F12s and F13s.
Bronze medalist,
So again, this is for
representing
people
Chinese
with
Taipei.
visual impairment.
Médaille de bronze représentant Taipei, Yating Liu.
So Chinese Taipei, you getting the bronze.
Silver medalist, representing Austria.
Médaille d'argent représentant l'Australie, Nathalie Eder.
Natalia Eder of Austria with the silver.
Dankeschön. Danke.
Dankeschön, she says.
And world champion, representing the Russian Federation.
Médaille d'or, champion du monde représentant la fédération de Russie, Anna Sorokina.
Anna Sorokina of Russia, the gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of the Russian Federation.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de la Fédération de Russie. Mesdames et messieurs, les médailles émergées.
Medalists in the women's javelin from Russia, Austria and Taipei. When I was younger, I used to go out with a javelin thrower, but she chucked me. Right, let's catch up with what's happening in the centre of this magnificent athletics arena. Shot put.
And it's David Casinos Sierra of Spain, his 4th round throw. He's leading at the moment with 13.07, his season's best. And that's a foul. Leszczynski in 2nd place for the Ukraine. He's not too far behind, only 15 centimeters down. Then a bit of a gap to Sergei Mikhailov in 3rd, 12.95. And then the rest are a further metre plus back. Actually, between these three, you'd suspect. And we're heading into the penultimate round. This means Jorge Tarazon will get it underway for the United States. 10.28, his best so far. Just bounced on the 10-meter mark, and that for now is as good as he will do. There's no improvement on the 10.28 he got earlier. But he's been consistent with his throws, but consistency is good as long as you can be high up the field as well. And at the moment, he's not managing that. A few words with his guide and coach. 10.01 was right on the button.
Right direction.
And on this Thursday at Lyon 2013, if it's not a medal ceremony in the afternoon, it's pretty much always a 1500 metres final. And this is the T11 final for totally blind competitors.
Now we have one of the proper greats in this middle distance running. Well, we'll start off with Masahiro Taniguchi of Japan. Alongside him, Christian Valenzuela of Chile, who won silver in the 5,000. Event in which he was gold medalist at London 2012. Adair Santos, who's the championship record holder. He's the reigning champion at 1,500 and 5,000. Silver in this at London 2012, and he's won 7 Paralympic Games medals. Edouard Samaca-Rubio of Colombia, alongside Nuno Alves of Portugal. Bronze medalist from the 800 in Christchurch. From Colombia, William Sosa. It's T11, so the athletes are all blind, but they need blacked out glasses. Or some sort of cover to make sure they can't see. So the 1,500 meters final for T11. It's Taniguchi of Japan, Valenzuela of Chile, Adair Santos of Brazil, Edouard Samaca-Rubio of Colombia, Nuno Alves of Portugal, William Sosa of Colombia. And just as he did in the 5,000, Valenzuela is trying to open up a strong lead already. There's 2 Colombians in this. William Sosa moving up, and also too is Edouard Samaca-Rubio, and it is Santos and Santos, Adair and Carlos, the runner and the guide. And here comes Adair Santos of Brazil, getting into a position that he wants. He's into the top 3. 4th is Taniguchi of Japan. But Valenzuela, well, he's got off to a good start here, and he'll stay on the inside. Maybe a bit of movement on the outside to allow Sosa clear. And also the other Brazilian is moving up, and Santos is there and in the lead. So Adair Santos in front. His guide is Carlos Santos, and they've 3 laps to go.
Yep, still leading at the moment, the Brazilians. Then it's the Colombian, Sosa, and Japan behind them. So the Brazilians going very well indeed. Santos here, stretching them out. Nice little bit of pace there, ahead of Sosa. Santos from Sosa, and now a little bit of movement from Taniguchi, catching up with Sosa. And we're also seeing Alves, Portugal, trying to get back with the top 3 again as they come round the bend. Leading them away, it's the Brazilians. Santos and Santos. Adair Santos the runner, Carlos Santos the guide. And now we're seeing An overtaking movement from Valenzuela of Chile, who's come round Sosa of Colombia. It's going to be very exciting, this one, as they come in front of us now. Santos of Brazil, but Valenzuela catching up fast ahead of Sosa. Then it's Alves, then it's the Japanese, then the other Colombian.
It's Santos, it's Valenzuela, Sosa, then Alves. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. The other two a little bit further back, the Japanese Taniguchi and the other Colombian, Edouard Samacarubio. Adair Santos does hold the championship record from Christchurch from 2 years ago, where he took the gold medal. It was silver for him in London 2012. With lots of successful Kenyan gold medalists in London, but none of them, the entire team, couldn't make it here. A couple of teams had visa trouble, which was unfortunate, but it is Santos well out in front at the moment. Valenzuela holding on to second, holding on to a medal for now, and in third, William Sosa. And these are the three athletes in the field who have all medalled before.
Now keep your eye on the clock, because the championship record, which Adair Santos holds, is 4 minutes 4:70, 4:04:70. As he comes down now, the clock at the moment is 2:58. He's being pursued by Valenzuela, and then it's the Colombian Sosa. As he takes the bell then, it's Santos in the lead. Can he win this? I think he can. Can he set a championship record?
So it's the last lap, the world record held, by the way, by Samuel Kamani, who won in London last year, but being Kenyan isn't here. And leading the way, Adair Santos with 300 to go, and the gap between him and Valenzuela in second is growing bigger all the time. It's up to around 40 metres. The information for Valenzuela will be coming all the time from his guide alongside him, Lucas Yaramilo, but surely it's going to be Adair Santos to retain his world title. 15 and 5,000 metres. He won in Christchurch 2 years ago. And Valenzuela now has a big battle in his hands, well back to try and defend the silver medal, because Sosa's coming good. And Nuno Alves not that far behind either now for Portugal. But it is Adair Santos who comes round into the closing straight. It will be another Brazilian gold. They're good at all distances here. And Adair Santos, glory for him and for Brazil. They have the gold. They don't have the new championship record. Valenzuela comes out into lane 4 just to make sure, because they started sprinting then. And it will be Sosa in third and Alves 4, Taniguchi 5, and Edouard Samacarubio 6th. So Colombia got one of the medals, but Brazil got the most important one, and Adair Santos pulled that one out of the fire. It's a 10th gold medal for Brazil in these games. And it was a scintillating surge by Adair Santos, and again he pulled away at the right time, and Valenzuela could not live with him, and that was very much that. They're getting justifiable acclaim from the crowd now. Adair Santos and his guide Carlos getting deserved acclaim, because he's defended his title very well, and he was what you might nominally call the most likely to win this, as the London 2012 champion was not able to make it here. And he was the world champion to boot as well. Won his first major championship medal, the long distance, the silver in 2004 in Athens. Well, he's won another here in Lyon.
I'll tell you what's interesting here, Will, that you don't often see, and that is a clockwise lap of honour. Usually they go anti-clockwise, don't they? They usually go the same way that they traditionally run, but Santos and Santos, that well-known firm of solicitors, they sound like, are doing a clockwise lap of honour, and I can't remember the last time I saw that.
It's actually very true. It's very unusual, because if you win, you go all the way round. It might be the fact that for around 100 metres after the finish line, there's not huge support. All the same, they'll do it their way, which is what they did on the track. They got the gold.
I think you're right. I think he came back to actually just do 100 metres in front of the main stand, and then it was going so well, and then he thought, you know what, I'll go the whole way around. And they're halfway around now, and they're now wandering over to have a chat with one of their coaches. They've come in front of the very densely packed parts of the crowd, and now the sparse bits over on the far side, they've actually stopped the lap of honour. So it was a clockwise lap of honour, but it was only half a lap.
It's fascinating, I'll give you that. You rarely do see that. I can't recall seeing that before. This man could be due a lap of honour very soon. David Casino Sierra of Spain, 12 metres 83. He's thrown in the 5th round. He leads with 13.07, his season's best, and he could be on his way to his 2nd gold medal of the week. He already won the discus.
Now,
to be happy.
What haven't we had for a while? 1500 metres final. Let's have another one. Women's T54 wheelchair races. And we'll go to that after we've just caught up with the action here in the men's shot put. This is Jorge Tarazon of the United States, currently ranked 8th. His best throw so far, 10.28. So he'll be the first of the top 8 who will throw here for the last time. 10.28 to move up a position. He'll have to beat 10.31, the American. Oh, he doesn't get enough height on it. That's the problem. He got the weight, the power, but not the height. So it's come down before 10 metres, so that will be less than 10.28, 9 something. And gets a pat on the leg from his guide, 9.19. So fairly consistent, apart from that last one, all around about the 10-metre mark. And he will stay in 8th place. So let's have a look at who's leading. No surprises really that it's David Casino Sierra, the man we saw win the discus, and with his first throw he went to the lead, and with his second throw he set a new season's best.
So now the final of the women's 1500 metres T54, and an attempt at a 4th gold medal for Tatiana McFadden. That would break her personal best. It's a great field, it's a strong field, and it's a huge one. 3 Americans and Shirley Riley, Tatiana McFadden and Amanda McGrory, Edith Wolf, Madison de Rosario, Diane Roy, Manuela Shah, Jay Jones. It's a great field, it's a very, very strong field. Shirley Riley won 3 medals in London, 1 in swimming, silver in the 5,000 freestyle, but she won the marathon gold and the 1500 bronze. Tatiana McFadden won 3 golds in London. She's won 10 in Paralympic Games history. She's won 3 golds here, 200, 800 and 5,000. Amanda McGrory, gold in the 5,000 in Beijing as a part of a 4-medal haul. Jay Jones of Great Britain, easy to pick out with the pink wheels. Manuela Shah, silver so far in the 800 and the 1500 here. Edith Wolf, bronze in the 5,000 and 800 so far here. 5,000 metres gold medalist in London. A couple of silvers and a bronze. Madison de Rosario won bronze in the 800 the other night. Still 19. Diane Roy of Canada, 6 medals in Paralympic Games history, but no golds yet. Wakako Chichida of Japan, personal best of 3:30, and she would need that to get near the medals, as would Liu Wenjun of China. It's a much-medalled field. Tatiana McFadden holds the championship record. Strong prospect of this going. 2 from the United States, 2 from Switzerland. The field is fabulous for this women's 1500 metres T54 final. I think it's somebody different going out in the front. Is that Lee Wenjun has moved in well. Tatiana McFadden will take care of that. Shooting up in the inside, the Shirley Riley, Tatiana McFadden and Amanda McGrory from the United States. Jones, Shah, Wolf, de Rosario, Roy, Chichido and Liu. And they're stretched out straight away. Jay Jones is in 4th place for Great Britain as she tries to keep up in the front. This will be an interesting race, an intriguing one. It's incredible how it's stretched out so quickly already. But Tatiana McFadden has had a big idea here, and she's out in the front. And it's certainly Liu of China who's up there, and Shah of Switzerland, and Jones, And way back is the Rosario at the moment in 7th place. And they're all, it's like a long snake here, and it's Tatiana McFadden who's at the head of affairs here.
Yep, Tatiana McFadden, I think slightly alarmed by the way that Liu set off there at such pace. Liu's actually gone back in the lead. McFadden's now letting them all past. I don't know if McFadden's got a problem, they're all going past her. But presumably that's tactical, so it's Liu in the lead now, then it's Shah of Switzerland, then it's Jade Jones, and Tanya McFadden has dropped right back, Tatiana McFadden, behind Edith Wolff of Switzerland. She's now back in 5th place. So Liu went off very, very quickly, then McFadden came past just to put pressure and to take them round very quickly on that first lap, and now she's dropped right back to 5th place and left it all up to Liu of China to bring them round. Ahead of Shah of Switzerland, Jade Jones with the pink wheels, then it's Edith Wolff, the other Swiss girl, but ominously poised on the outside, ready to come at some point, is Tatiana McFadden, and Wolff just moving out, so that Tatiana McFadden will have to go a little bit further out.
Yeah, McFadden has had to go way out into lane 3, and McCrory's gone out almost in towards lane 4, but they were snaking out, and now they're really bunched together. It was an interesting moment, just when they were on this front straight here, that they were all looking to the side, trying to see where Tatiana McFadden was. It just shows what they think of her and the respect they give her, and perhaps a little bit of fear as well, because they're used to seeing her back wheels. They're not used to the tactics that she's put in here, where she stayed back as far as she can, but she's way out on the outside, around lane 3 at the moment, along with Shirley Riley, and this is going to be a really fascinating race with some 5:50 left to go.
Yep, Tatiana McFadden poised again on the outside again. She's going to have to go wide. She's with Shirley Riley. When will McFadden make a move as they come down in front of us now? It's going to be a fascinating contest. They're very, very close together. We saw a big crash yesterday. Shah of Switzerland in the lead, the other Swiss girl, Wolff, and on the inside we've got Jade Jones, but McFadden poised to pounce.
It's Shah and Wolff, and McCrory and McFadden are looking to move on the outside. The Swiss were going well in the bell, but will they stay up there? There's certain to be an American attack very, very shortly indeed from McFadden on the outside, but still Shah and Wolff looking to defend their line on the inside, but the real action is now coming on the outside, and you just knew that it would come immediately. And McFadden and McCrory, well, they're looking very strong on the outside, and finally hits the front with 150 to go. It was a very good move. The Swiss are still going to have a real assault on the inside, and the Swiss might just take 2 of the 3 medals here. But this is another great performance, and Tatiana McFadden is going to make it 4 gold medals. And it's, I think on the outside it was Edith Wolff who took the silver, with the Japanese Tachida taking 3rd, but Tatiana McFadden gets her 4th gold medal of the week. And there is nothing we can say about this woman that we haven't already said, apart from the fact there was a brand new tactic in terms of this week that she went with, and she made the big break with 200 to go. She stayed at the outside throughout, made the push, and it was a good break from the veteran Edith Wolff. Good to see her come up. She's 41 years old, and Wolff now has won her 3rd medal of the week, but it's her 1st silver.
It was very, very close, that silver one, because
Wolff gets it.
Yep. Wolff just gets it ahead of, so they must have had really similar times. 3:34.06 then for McFadden, Wolff 3:34.39, and Shah.
Oh, same time, so it went down to thousandths of a second in the end.
Absolutely.
3:34.39, they've both been recorded, but just the McFadden tactic that time. I mean, there was one stage she went out into lane 3. It was interesting to see McCrory behind her. It was either something which was preordained between the two, or McCrory saying, well, if Tatiana's going to do it, I may as well do it as well. I mean, they're a great American team. They could have 5 or 6 in this.
And she seems to be able to win it either way. She can either lead from the front the whole way, she can wait and attack. She mixed up the pace there.
Now here's the photo finish coming, and well, the lady who'll be furthest on the right won't really matter. I mean, that is as narrow as you can get it. That is as close to a dead heat as you can see. But it was given to Edith Wolff, and Edith now, well, she got 4 medals at London 2012, 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. She's got 3 now, and that includes a silver in the 1500 meters. Final result of that will look very interesting indeed, but we have more medals to be awarded.
And the representative of Atos responsible for people with a disability
Et le responsable de la mission handicap, Athos, Monsieur Fabrice Narbeburu.
So another medal ceremony.
Bronze medalist representing
A lot
South
of clapping
Africa.
in front of them as
Médaille de
the
bronze,
wheelchair races come past.
représentant l'Afrique du Sud, Ntombi Zanel, Situ.
Situ of South Africa with the bronze medal. Decent crowd here, beautiful weather. Very welcoming breeze, very warm in the stadium.
Médaille d'argent représentant la République populaire de Chine, Lyon.
Lyon Yang from China. Silver medal.
Médaille d'or, championne du monde, représentant la Tunisie, Ania Haïti.
An ID of Tunisia with a world record and a gold medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Tunisia.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de la Tunisie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion.
We're hearing that anthem an awful lot right now for Tunisia. May have an update for you in the women's 1500 metres because you saw that photo finish a few moments ago. And with the naked eye, I could see no difference between second and third. I think a few extra judges cast their eye on it and might agree. So it's a shared silver in that women's 1500 metres. Edith Wolf and Wakako Tachida have both been awarded this silver medal. And they will receive theirs in a special ceremony tomorrow. Right, there's the official result. And the most important column is the left. Silver for Tachida, silver for Wolf. McFadden gets the gold, Roy fourth, Shah fifth. Riley, by the way,
He's in lane 5 and he's leading them through here. Martin in lane 5. Bush on his inside, but Ray Martin will not be caught. Bush and Ian Otter the closest to him, but Raymond Martin is streaking away with it. Ray Martin is going to do it. Will he get the world record? 31.46. He'll have to settle for a championship record. Ian Otter coming in for the silver and Bush of Switzerland getting the bronze. A championship record then for Raymond Martin. Yet another gold medal for this guy, and he's still only a teenager. 31.48, Ian Otter 33.02, Perez 33.15. Bush 33.28, only getting fourth. Hernandez 33.79. and Rungsri 33.96. But absolutely no out of the winner there by a couple of seconds, 31.48, the amazing Raymond Martin. And he's still growing, still developing his muscles. He's going to be a phenomenal parasport athlete for years to come. Personal best for Ian Otter to get the silver, and Perez the bronze.
So 4 golds for Raymond Martin, 4 golds for Tatjana McFadden, who goes later tonight in the final of the 100 metres. 4 medals for Marcel Hoog, 3 of them gold. Raymond Martin has got that winning feeling again. And it is worth the point, as you say, Jeremy. Physically, he hasn't got the upper body strength. Now, we see some others yet, but it's another good, impressive time, and he's the fastest around right now.
I know, talking to the American camp, they say that he is still developing his muscles, and, you know, you look at his arms and think, where does that power come from? He looks like a slip of a kid. And when he goes into his 20s and his arms start growing, he's going to be able to push that even faster, and the records will continue to tumble.
Now we have a medal ceremony, and unless I'm very much mistaken, I only see 2 athletes because the bronze medal was not awarded in this, as there were only 3 finalists.
That's right, this was the one that Ilse Hayes of South Africa won. There are only 3 competitors in it. When there's 3 competitors, just the 2 medals awarded. So not a repeat of what we saw yesterday when one of the medalists didn't turn up.
From Bosnia-Herzegovina. Well, she did.
That's right, Bosnia-Herzegovina.
But she could only crawl across as fast as her legs could carry her across the stadium.
She walked in the back and they wouldn't let her on. I thought that was a bit harsh, but rules is rules. And Will's a stickler. Will would not have let her on. He'd said, no, you'd missed your chance. I'd have said, oh, go on then, just sneak on at the back. Given her a chocolate medal or something. Presumably she'd still get her medal, but just quietly around the back.
Different ceremony.
Yeah.
The federation will probably have a special ceremony in her honour.
In the bar.
Susanna Benama gets Martin claiming the 11th gold medal of the Games for the United States. Impressive.
We're all right with our Spanish and French crew. They're used to this sort of temperature, but us Northern Europeans, we will be wilting tomorrow. So it's worth tuning into Paralympic Sport TV just to see if we cope.
So now the women's 200 metres T46 final. It includes all 3 medalists from London 2012 and the woman who has won multiple titles in the sprints across the last 3 major championships. Alexandra Magachaya of Russia is in 1. No, oh my God. Amara Lalwala Pali Yagaranias is in lane 2 for Sri Lanka, and her full name was not on the start list. Arun Liebenberg of South Africa is in lane 3, bronze medalist in London, silver in the 400. Alessia Fyodorov of Poland, silver in London, so a good prospect here. Teresina Santos of Brazil is in lane 5. And now the woman who won all 3 sprint gold medals at London 2012 and in the last World Championships in Christchurch, and did the 1 and 200 sprint double in Beijing. Yunus Castillo of Cuba. Albertina Johannes of Namibia is on the outside of her, and Katie Walker of the USA. Seen a good bit of her this week. She's been a contender. But what can she do from lane 8? So Smogachaya in 1, Lalwala in 2, Liebenberg in 3, Fyodorov in 4, Santos in 5, Castillo in 6, Johannes in 7, and Katie Walker in lane 8. It's a combined event, and Castillo holds the world record for both T46 and T47.
And she was the lady we saw earlier, you remember, that collapsed after one of her races, the 400 metres. And it's very warm here now. Hopefully she'll be okay.
Down on the track, it should be around 40 Celsius. But the medalists from London, Castillo is in 6, Fyodorov in 4, Liebenberg is in lane 3. The final of the women's 200 meters, T46. All calm, all ready. And they're away the first time of asking. Castillo in 6. She's already overtaken Johannes, and she's already overtaken Walker. Oh, this is fantastic running. She's utterly flying at the moment, Yunus Castillo. And Cuba really looks set for another gold medal here. It's Yunus Castillo all the way. Liebenberg and Fyodorov are trying to recover, and Santos is in 4th place. But it's Yunus Castillo all the way. She's going to win. It's going to be fast. It's going to be very fast. And it's a championship record. 24:67 unofficial, and that was an utterly blinding run by Yunus Castillo. 24:66, the official time. That championship record has been rounded down to, well, she was just out of the blocks in lane 7 and 8, utterly blitzed out of it, and Castillo shot away, and there was no real hope for Fyodorov or Liebenberg in 2nd and 3rd there. They were having their own race in the end, and Castillo, she wasn't that far away from the world record, only 21 hundredths away, and it was Liebenberg, then Fyodorov, then Santos. 2, 3, 4. But Castillo takes the gold. Well, that was a good little dip by Liebenberg to get the silver for South Africa, but Yunus Castillo, absolutely fantastic. Just a wonderful stride, and she is missing her right arm, but there are no balance issues for her there. I mean, 24:66 is a great time. And she does what was realistically expected of her. And she takes the honours again. Championship record, 24:66.
Thankfully, she looks okay after this one. Hug with Liebenberg, the South African, who will get the silver medal, and hopefully she'll take a bit better care of it than she did with her London 2012 medals, which was stolen, and they were replaced here in a ceremony earlier.
So Castillo takes it, 24:66. Liebenberg 2nd, Fyodorov 3rd, and the Sri Lankan finished it in the same amount of time it takes to say her name. Personal best as well.
What was her name again?
But you see, the thing is, they only have, I think it's 20 characters in the start list, so it gets cut off. So there is no clue how long the athlete's name actually is.
You're talking about Amarara Lalawag
Katie Walker I'm referring to.
Oh, Katie Walker you were talking about. I just wanted to show I could say it, but didn't get the chance. So the medal standings at the moment, these are updated as we go along. Russia are doing very well indeed, 15 golds, 10 silvers, 8 bronzes, ahead of the USA with 11 golds. Brazil have now leapfrogged Great Britain, they've got 10. So have Britain, but the Brazilians have got better on silver and bronze, which only come into play if the number of 10 golds is equal. We'll have a little bit of shot put action. And then we've got some 100 metres, some 400 metres semi-finals at the T44, which will see Blake Leaper and Alan Oliveira in action. So, this is the man that's leading the shot put for the very good reason he's the only man that's thrown. And he's from Qatar, Abdul Rahman. 11.69. His last throw, his best throw, 11.89, and that is a championship record for Abdul Rahman. So good they named him twice, very much like New York. So everyone wearing hats down there, you see all the officials, be 42 degrees Celsius tomorrow. We will all need hats. Although actually I don't need to wear a hat here because we're actually in the shade. But literally just walking from the bus to here, the top of my bald head gets burnt sometimes. So I always put my hat on. Have a little dip into the club throw, shall we? And we can see that Balaz of Algeria still leads from Stephen Miller, and Bettina of Algeria and Sochal of Poland. And a personal best for the Czech, Vanek in 7th place. So just the top 8 will throw again. Down as far as Kevin Stokes of the USA, who set a new North American record, 23:44. Currently in 8th position is the pole. And it's the first rendition of the afternoon for Queen's We Will Rock You. That usually means there's a French competitor on the way, but it's a bit early for Lefeur. She's not until 10 to 8. This is the guy in 8th, 28:13. Gives it his all. And that's gone a lot further than they thought it would. You can see where the judges stand where they think it's going to land, and that's gone a lot further. The cameraman was a little bit fooled, I think. The cameraman sort of thinks, I know where that's going to go. I know, hang on, where? Oh, no, it's off to the left, and those guys are running back. And the thrower's probably thinking, yeah, you didn't think I could do that. Look at this. Chuck it over your heads. It's a massive throw from him, and that could well shake up the competition. Well, he's certainly better than two of his. It takes him up to 3rd place. So that really is very good indeed. This time the officials in the blue have been a little bit more generous with where they're standing. Officials in blue, they're all predominantly French local people involved in this. There's some that have come in from other countries. Very enthusiastic every morning when they get on the bus. We're staying at one hotel and then we pick up them on the way in. And he's now up to 2nd. And the French guys get on the coach. It's bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Very, very friendly atmosphere from the guys in the blue. So he's up to 2nd and he set a new European record, Sochal of Poland. So he's getting better with every throw. 28 he started with, he's twice now been over 30 metres. We heard the weather forecast 42 for tomorrow. Now we've got the weather forecast that it's raining men from the Weather Girls over the PA. Nice to hear all these traditional French tunes while we're in Lyon. Queen, we've had a lot of. So we're about a minute away from the next race. 400 metres, T44.
Oh, that's brilliant. It's a new world record. Well, 36.97. Well, in successive throws, he's got up to 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. And now Sochal has broken the world record. That's brilliant. Now that, my friend, is progress. Brilliant. Went from 8th to 3rd with his 4th row, then up to 2nd with his 2nd last. And his final throw, he's in the lead and he's broken the world record, and that's nothing short of brilliant.
What extraordinary progress through the field we just saw from the pole there, Sochal. He'd had a couple of no throws, he'd lost his confidence, and then suddenly he went flying up. Now this is the men's 400 metres T44. It's a combined category. T44 and T43, that's single blades and double blades. The ones to look out for are Blake Leaper and Alan Oliveira. Canadian Jackie Marciano with a personal best of 53.61 for 1 lap of the track. Points to the Maple Leaf, tells us the name of his country. Thank you very much, Jackie. We were wondering where you were from, but you've cleared that up. He's Canadian. Takes a seat, he's quite a cool dude. Just sitting on the little cone, gives us another wave. Now this guy will give us a nice wave to the camera. It's Blake Leaper. Personal best, 50.14, sorry. And again, he shows us the USA. Does a little bit of bouncing. on his double blades. This is Alan Oliveira. One of the stars at London 2012. He's been pretty good here as well. Stares into the camera, comes right in close, a little bit scary. I hope that didn't scare you at home. Alan Oliveira, 50.85. And Rob Brown of the USA is not even going to get up to say hello. He's going to sit on his traffic cone, just be dead cool. 53.53. It's a combined event for T43s and T44s, so there's 2 world records. 49.87 for the 44s and 45.39 for the T43s. So just to clear up the classifications, T44s, T43s, one is the double blade, one is the single blade, but they compete on a level playing field. There's no point system or anything. It literally is just the first one over the line. And this is the first of 2 semi-finals. First 3 in each heat, the next 2 fastest advance to the final. There's lots of debate as to which is best, 1 or 2 blades, in terms of performance. Away they go, and Lipa is away very well, so too Oliveira in the green of Brazil. Oliveira going very well now for Brazil in the green. Oliveira already coming up on Brown on the USA. Oliveira absolutely flying. Blake Lipa can't keep up with him at the moment, and Oliveira is putting a marker down here because the first 3 will qualify, so there's no point in killing himself here. But Oliveira absolutely flying. He looks like a man who's trying to set a record to scare his opponents with the final coming up. The 2 Americans chasing hard, but they can't get anywhere near this Brazilian who absolutely stormed to gold in London, and now he's slowing right down. Oliveira slowing right down and being pursued by Blake Lipa. And Marciano of Canada has come very good, because Brown slowing right down, and Oliveira slows down at the line and nearly gets overtaken by Blake Lipa. But they will qualify along with Marciano of Canada, and Brown of the USA slowed right down towards the end. He may well have done himself a mischief. So it was the double blades that won it. Oliveira. Lipa, and then Marciano. Those 3 will definitely go through. 50-50 is time, 50-58 for Lipa, 54-67 for Marciano. So personal best for Oliveira there, and that is putting down a marker for the final, a season's best for Lipa and Marciano.
Well, considering how much he slowed down, 50.50 personal best, and the world record held by Oscar Pistorius is 45.39, the championship record 49.42. Well, he definitely would have broken the championship record, and I wonder if he goes full tilt in this, would he have a shot at breaking the world record as well? It's interesting, the world record was set during the IAAF World Athletics Championships 2 years ago, but they not always accounted towards Paralympic Parasport world record. It was a great result, great victory in the end for Oliveira, and he eased up with about 70 to go. 50.50, Blake Lipa second and Marciano's third.
And no one can believe that that's his personal best, but I assure you it is. His personal best was 50.85, now it's 50.5, and Oliveira, well, he would have got a new championship record if he kept going, but he just wanted, I guess, to save himself for that final. He'll have scared the life out of his opponents, I tell you that. Looks like there's a little bit of praying going on in the stands there. Don't know what they're praying for. They were praying to be on television. Oh, their dreams have come true. We'll be back for that second semi-final. You can see the athletes lining up there. David Prince of the United States will be the man to watch in this. Crowd really enjoying this action. Lots of field events for them to enjoy, as well as all the track action.
Well, I mean, we keep saying it day after day, it's fantastic how good and how strong the crowds are, because you speak to a lot of athletes here and they'll say that they've been at World Championships before. Sometimes it's been a sporadic event. They change the sequence. Last one prior to Christchurch 2011 was 5 years earlier in Essen. And there wasn't the attention on parasport that there is now. It'll be interesting to see what Doha can come up with in 2015. And well, London 2017 will be at the Olympic Stadium. That should be brilliant. So this is the men's shot put, the F34 final. Everybody gets 6 throws in a row. And it's Adel Al-Rishdi of Kuwait. 880, his best throw in round 3. He's had 2 fouls. He's the second man to throw, so obviously he's in second place. 870, his penultimate throw. So an improvement needed. It's F34 on its own, which means it's distance and not points that decide this. So now the second semi-final, the men's 400 meters T44, and that was an astonishing performance from Alan Oliveira. And astonishing that basically for the final 30 meters or so, he was just walking. It's just 1 foot in front of the other. He surely would have had a much faster time, but he's saving about that for the final, I presume. So then the second semi-finalist, Ivan Prokopiev of Russia in 3, David Prince in 4 from the United States, bronze medal in this at London 2012. Lane 5. Sri Lanka, Dayananda Bahila Denia. 58.20, the personal best. Lane 6, Riccardo Scandoni of Italy. And for Germany, David Ibera, who won silver in Christchurch in the last World Championships. So it's the first 3 who go through. 58.21, the target for those who finish 4th and 5th here. First 3 and the 2 fastest losers progress to the final of this men's 400 meters. Prokopiev in 3, Prince in 4, Bahila Denia in 5, Scandoni in 6, Bera is in lane 7. It's 3 who progress. Away first time, solid start by Prince in 4 and Bahila in 5, but Prince is catching up on him now. Scandoni in 6 not going bad either, and Bera on the outside is flying away from the Italian. So right now it looks like Prince and Bera, and they're the front 2 men that you can see. Prokopiev in lane 3 is not faring too badly either. Now you'd expect Bera to be ahead of the rest, but the fact that Prince has gone past all the other lanes, great indication that when they even up, Prince and Bera will be the 2 out in front, and Prokopiev not too far behind either. And it looks like it will be these 3. So how will they approach the final 100 meters of this? Bera gliding at the moment. A good time gets you a better lane draw. Bera puffing, panting. He's putting most of us all into this. And Bera takes the victory, 52.5. And Prince was 2nd and Prokopiev 3rd. And Scandoni 4th will have to wait. 52.57, the unofficial time. And Bera in 7th, 52.55. It's great striding. Prince looking very comfortable as well. Prokopiev looking alongside. And Bera and Prince, well, Bera kept the momentum up. Prince injected a little bit more. And every single athlete in this race qualified, which means Rob Brown in the United States is eliminated, having finished 4th in the first semi-final. So they all go through, they all put enough into it, including David Berra, 52-55. I think there's absolutely no doubt that Alan Oliveira is by far the man to beat. So Berra wins it, 22.55, almost 2 seconds clear of David Prince. Prokopiev third, but it doesn't matter for the others as they go through as well. Alan Oliveira, 50.50, and realistically, that was heading for something like 47 seconds. It's the fastest 400 meters of his life. And something we were just discussing ourselves earlier before the start of this session. Where do you reach the point where IAAF meet directors and Diamond League directors say, well, you know what, Alan Oliveira is well worth having in our races. Now, speaking of races, this was a curious one earlier, the men's 1500. There were 3 Moroccans out there, and there's a few of our team who reckon that they basically sacrificed one as a pacemaker in order to try and stretch the pace and kill the rest of the field, but it didn't happen.
And by the representative of AXA Asuker,
Le représentant de AXA Asuker, Monsieur Eric Betcher.
bronze medalist representing Morocco.
Médaille de bronze représentant le Maroc, Tariq Zatzou.
Now, something interesting has just been told to us. The men's 200 meters T51 final, and you'll remember 3 athletes were more or less pushing along into the adjoining lane. That is going to be rerun tomorrow. There may have been a disqualification. Details on that will follow this medal ceremony, which is for the men's 1500 meters T12.
It's bronze for Morocco.
It's the T13 medal ceremony. Tarek Salsouli of Morocco, who took the gold in 2011. Yusin Ben Ibrahim took the bronze 2 years ago. It's an improvement this. Silver this time, but there were 3 Moroccans out there, and Abdoulaye Amami was lost on the penultimate lap. Morocco could have had a clean sweep, but instead it was Algerian gold, and he did it half the distance in London. Abdelatif Baka of Algeria takes the gold here, championship record 3:53.05. The first 2 track finals of this afternoon session, both won by athletes from Algeria. Samir Nouaya won the T46 1500 meters prior to that. That was a good race, but Baka timed everything wonderfully. And the medal and the anthem is his.
Si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de l'Algérie.
So Algeria top of the pile, and they're having a good time here. $18 medals, 7 of them gold. Well, that was a decent race, as was the next race, where we will see the medals presented.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the men, 1500 meters, T12.
Now, let's give you news of the men's 200 meters T51 final. The Algerian who finished with the silver medal, Mohamed Bekkeral, has been disqualified. He was moving into the next lane, which meant Tony Piespanen moved into the next lane, and Alvis Davidi moved into the next lane. So the race will be rerun, even though Piespanen, who you would argue was the athlete who was balked the most, even though he won, the race will be run, presumably because Alvis Davidi of Italy finished outside the medals, and there was a chance he would have finished ahead of Edgar Navarro.
Absolutely right. The Algerian in 3 moved out into lane 4, coming round that the bend of the 200 metres, and that meant that the Finn had to move out, and it was the Italian who was balked. And although he didn't medal, I think he has a very good case for saying he put his hand up. So I mean, he had to take his hand off the pushing wheel. So let's go back to this medal ceremony. That's Deniz of Turkey. Silver for Brazil. Yeltsin Jacks, guided by Carlos Santos. Well, he was down to be guided by Carlos Santos. They've announced him, but actually I remember the race, he didn't have a guide, did he? But we were expecting him. They've announced him anyway, but he hasn't turned up because he wasn't part of the race. Yeltsin Jacks must have made a late decision not to use a guide.
Médaille d'or, champion du monde, représentant la Tunisie, Abderrahim Zou.
And the champion du monde is Abderrahim Zou of Tunisia.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de la Tunisie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
So we've got a first little break in the track action. We're not due to have another race on the track for another 5 minutes or so, when we'll have the final of the women's 400 metres for blind runners.
Lancé de massue, homme F41, 32, 51.
Another fantastic day in Lyon. It's been a great French summer. You get occasionally very bad summers across Europe, but this has turned out to be pretty much everywhere quite spectacular. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. By the way, the little lions that they present to the athletes here, it's also an official souvenir which you can buy for Lyon 2013, except you can't buy them anymore because they sold out of them yesterday, halfway through the championship.
Did you try and buy one?
That's how I know.
Are you furious?
No, I'll ask someone.
The only way to get one now, Will, would be to enlist as a competitor.
There's surely a bronze medalist from the long jump earlier that didn't exist. Surely that has got to go somewhere. We have another long jump, by the way, for you. It's the women's long jump T12 for those with medium visual impairment. The London 2012 champion Oksana Sumkovska of Ukraine is in this. The bronze medalist Anna Kaniuk of Belarus also, who's finished third in the last 3 major championships. Longest leap of the lot by those two in that order. Sumkovska holds the world record, 6.60 meters. The championship record goes back to many, many years ago. 2002, Villeneuve d'Ascq and Rosario Lazaro of Spain. There is a Spanish competitor in here, Sara Martinez Pontiero. And there is visual confirmation of what you've just heard. 6.60. It's actually very competitive again.
It's an enormous discrepancy between the world record and the championship record. Phenomenal.
Now 6.60 being the world record would have got you 9th in the Olympic women's long jump final. So the best here, again, are literally world class. I know when I was working during the Paralympic Games last year, was asked occasionally, well, how good really are the events? And then when you start comparing them with the regular IAAF circuit, in many cases not very far away, and in other cases right up there. And 6.60, by the way, would have been just outside the medals in Daegu in the IAAF World Championships there in the women's long jump. It would have been 5th. In fact, it would have been better than Karolina Kluft and Daria Klashina. That's not bad.
Won't be long till we see Teresina Guilhermina of Brazil in the 400 meters T11 final. Now I wonder what she will have on her blindfold today. We've had giraffes, we've had boats, we've had cars. Be interesting to see what she's got. She's a real character, always has different things on her blindfold. And we'll be seeing her in the next few minutes.
Personal best for Kyle Petty, who shares his name with a now retired NASCAR driver. 11.63, but really he's made a name for himself in his own right. That's, again, decent consistency in this final, which is F34. Bronze in London 2012. Abdul Rahman is in the lead for Qatar. Petty second, who's the only London 2012 medalist who is currently in the medals. But there's a very good reason for that, because they throw all of their 6 throws at once. So you can take a break after the first 3.
I thought for a minute I heard an ice cream van, but I think it was a very complicated rendition of the Swiss cowbells. It sounded like an ice cream van. There. Had a couple of summers working as an ice cream man when I was at university. Best job in the world. So Kyle Petty psyching himself up here for his 4th attempt. He's thrown a personal best already today, 11.63. And I think he's going to try and throw this quickly and then run for an ice cream.
A throw of decent quality from Petty, 11.33. Now the latest gold medal to be decided on the track. And a big name, a really big name.
It's the women's 400 metres T11. Ishitile, Silva, Sedlakova and Guilhermina of Brazil is the one to beat. She's the world record holder, the championship record holder. She's the lady with the many blindfolds with lots of different designs. We'll see her in a moment. See if we can check out that design. Ladja Ishitile of Namibia has a personal best of 108.33. This is Maria Silva of Angola, 101.29 her personal best. Lean right into my TV here and see if I can see what Teresina's got on her blindfolds. When she comes into shot, there she is. Oh, she's hit the camera. She's spun round. She hit the camera. I went in too close. I can't tell.
Brasil! Dale, Guilhermina!
Well, she's excited. It's sort of spotty colours. And this is Miroslava Sedlakova of the Czech Republic. And the cameraman's obviously gone in really close there to try and see what's on her blindfold. She's spun round and whacked him. But everything's all right. No trouble here, nothing to see, move away. She's the world record holder, the championship record holder, the fashion icon, and not a bad athlete either. Superstar of Paralympic sports, Teresina Guilhermina of Brazil. One lap of the track, T11. They're asking for silence in the stadium. These ladies totally blind and wearing blindfolds just to make sure. And they each have a guide with them. Putting them down in their blocks now. Guide makes sure the athlete is settled before the guide then settles down. We're just waiting for the Angolan guide to settle down. And it's gone very quiet here at the Stade de Rhône in Lyon for the final of the women's 400 metres T11. And away it's Ishitile, Silva, Guilhermina and Sedlakova. And Ishitile away very well in the outside lane. Guilhermina's going very well indeed as well. Sedlakova on the outside, and Guilhermina's had overtaken the Czech pair now, and she's into the lead, Guilhermina of Brazil. Guilhermina absolutely streaking away, way ahead of the girl from the Czech Republic, and can the others get back? Ishitile and Silva doing their best, but they just can't get anywhere near this lady. She's absolutely storming away in the green of Brazil. Teresina Guilhermina, as she comes round, getting an enormous cheer from the home French crowd because they love this Brazilian lady because she's a real character, and she's storming down the home straight. She's going to absolutely storm this one. Now, will she get anywhere near a record? The world record's 56.14, the championship record 57.16. She's coming up now. She could well get a championship record. She goes over the line. It is a new championship record, 56.57. Silva of Angola coming in for the silver, and Sedlakova of the Czech Republic in bronze medal position. So, Guilhermina has set another championship record. She's won the gold. Very pleasingly, Silva has won the silver, and Sedlakova gets the bronze.
Well, she just absolutely went for it, and 400 metres, not her normal distance, but she was the reigning world champion in this, as she was in the 100 and the 200. But it was just so comfortable. It just seems the longer the distance, the greater the margin of victory. And I don't think she really pushed it that much towards the line. She did get a championship record. It's her own world record as well, by the way, 56.14 from Rio from 6 years ago, but this was all about making sure she got the gold. It's a distance that she is world champion in. I'm sure she feels a lot more comfortable in the 100. She's got a great guide in Guilherme Santos, and it was a Santana, and it was just about getting to the line, getting there fast, and she's done it again. Proper superstar, and that's now 6 gold medals in 2 world championships, and she's won every single sprint at 2 world championships in a row.
And yet another blindfold. This time she's gone for multicoloured spots. She's got the colours of Brazil, green and blue, in her hair, and she's got a nice little flower at the back. So confirmation of the championship record, 56.56 for Teresina Guilhermina of Brazil. Angola's Maria Silva gets the silver with a new area record, just over a minute, 1 minute, 0.21. And Miroslava Sedlakova of the Czech Republic gets the bronze in a time of 1:02.48.
Now let's join the long jump final that's just getting underway. It's T12 for athletes of medium visual impairment. And this is Anna Kaniuk of Belarus, who medaled in London. Linda Hamry leads with a championship record 5:57, and it's Müller-Rotatz of Germany with 5 meters dead, and that's gone a good distance out. And let's see how much of a distance. The fanfare of Star Wars is for the championship record we just told you about in this. Just had to wait for Kaniuk to land before they announce it to the public. They're coming thick and fast here, certainly. That's just what you want to see. It means the standard is rising all the time. It has the standard of the bronze medalist from London 2012 and the last World Championships in 2011. Gone in the same direction. Katrin Müller-Rotatz at 5 meters dead. Hamry 5:67. Kaniuk looked to be beyond 5, and she was. It's 5:42. She goes into second place. She was the third to jump. Glusne Norkute we'll see shortly, but this is Linda Hamry with that championship record of 5:57. And add a further 10 centimeters onto that. A good leap, a good start, and it's competitive already. And that, by the way, broke her personal best with the very first jump, broke her personal best by 36 centimeters. Great start to the competition for her. So, from Lithuania, Glusne Norkute. Nation, very successful on the European under-8 circuit, under-23s, under-20s. They don't have a huge team here, but they're becoming a growing force in it. They have the big board to launch off, just to be on the safe side. No guides needed here. The T11s certainly do need a guide, and silence and clapping from the guide, but the T12s can see enough to sufficiently launch themselves. 4 meters 88. She goes 4th of the 4 who have jumped, but she's only 12 centimeters away from the medals. We've got further finals coming on the field and track, which will be announced shortly. But we're going to stay here for now. Yes, Sara Martinez Puntiero will be next to jump for Spain. And don't worry about the NMs, they have not launched out yet in the competition. Hamry leads by 1/4 meter.
Some of the names to look out for coming up: Angela Ballard, Ilana Dupont, Chelsea McClammer, Catherine De Bruyne, she's coming up. We've got Liu of China and Georgina Oliver of Great Britain up against the 2 McFadden sisters. And we've also got Rodriguez Maggi on the track as well.
Men's Javelin F42 final. It features the bronze medalist from the last World Championships, Kasper Schütte. The London 2012 champion, Fu Yanlong, and Jeko Ovtcharov of Bulgaria, who won gold at the last World Championships. My start list had Rune Steinstedt of Norway on it, who won silver 2 years ago. We'll update you on that as the competition progresses. But the next final is on the track, and it's an opportunity of a hat-trick, an unusual one. A man who's already done a sprint double and now goes in the men's 800 meters T34 final. This was not contested in London 2012. There was a tight schedule that they had to maintain. Walid Ktila of Tunisia has won the 1 and the 2 here, and he won the 1 and the 2 in London. This would be, I would argue, a really unique treble. So the men who want to stop it. In 1 for Canada, Austin Smeek, personal best this year of 1:57. Lane 2 from the United Arab Emirates, Mohamed Hamadi. Lane 3 for Finland, Henry Mani. Lane 4 for Australia, the 16-year-old Reid McCracken of Australia. Already a champion, 100 and 200 from Tunisia, Walid Katila. Lane 6 from Switzerland, Bojan Mitic. Many from the old Yugoslavia fled there in the 1990s when things were not going well. Austin Pruitt is in lane 7 for the United States. And Jamie Carter of Great Britain is on the outside in lane 8. New personal best this year of 1:56. He's the second slowest in the field, but he has a chance. Reid McCracken set the world record in Brisbane, March last year. But we didn't see this at the Paralympic Games last year. Men's 800 meters, T34 final. So it's Smink in 1, Hamady in 2, Mani in 3, McCracken 4, Katila 5, Mitic 6, Pruitt in 7, and Carter in lane 8. And Katila goes out ahead of the rest. Mitic is trying to keep pace, and Carter as well. But this has been a very solid start. They will bunch up on the near side. Smink trying to get position for Canada here, and the Swiss Mitic firing out ahead of Katila. But now things will settle down. Smink of Canada in a decent position. McCracken has moved across from Australia alongside in this 800 meters final. But it may just be a case very early on of easing up. Well, certainly Katila and Mitic both thought they had a really good chance of firing away ahead of the rest of the field, but things have calmed down a lot now as they're on the final straight for the second last time, and it's being led out by Austin Smeek. The Australian alongside is Reid McCracken. Katila's already pounced to win the 100 and the 200. He's going now in the outside. Did the same sprint double in London. Well, let's see how he is in the longer distance over 800. Personal best is 1:45. Season's best is 1:48. And now here he goes on the outside. And he's pounced. And does he stay out there, Katila? Bit of a movement coming from Hamady of the United Arab Emirates as well. And McCracken of Australia remaining out in front. And it's those three now who really look as if the medals will be divided between them. Mitic of Switzerland looks like he's too far back. And it's a great break at the front by Katila. It's Katila against Hamady. Katila's going to win it. It'll be a treble. 100, 200, 800. Not many do that. Hamady second, and McCracken third for Australia. Mani was fourth for Finland. Well, it was a good tactic in the end that earned the victory for the sprinter, Walid Katila. He's got the victory. 1:51.25 the winning time. And it was a good sprint out. He was in lane 3. Could have tried to protect his line a bit more, but he was too fast for Hamady, and that was more important than anything else. McCracken third, Mani 4, Pruitt 5.
So Mitic did a lot of the work there. Smeek leading them round as well for a while. McCracken keeping up, and just for a while I thought that Hamady might have a go there, but Katila coming round to take that very, very comfortably indeed. He moved with round about 300 meters to go, and Hamady just for a while between 300 and 200 looked like he might make a challenge, but Katila was in no mood for losing, and a very interesting treble for him.
Wally Katila wins another gold for Tunisia as their excellent week just continues more and more. Hamidi second for the United Arab Emirates, and McCracken third for Australia.
Got a women's 100 metres T53 final for you coming up shortly. Just as these guys pass in front of us and get their applause. Lots of records happening out in the field as well. Let's have a look what's happening in the shot put.
Yes, this is the men's shot put, F34 final. You heard a fanfare a few seconds ago for Scott Jones. 13 metres 38 has just come up. And that's a new world record, never mind a championship record. Scott Jones of Great Britain has broken the mark set in London by Ezzedine Nouiri. And they were putting a championship record up from a few seconds ago, which was 12.89. Forget that. He succeeded that, and it's the longest throw in history. And can he finish with something even better? Well, that's not bad either. That's well beyond 10 metres by Scott Jones. Well, the investment, not just the money, but time and patience and investment in people down through the years. The Paralympic movement started there. The Stoke Mandeville Games. They were the forerunners of this Paralympic movement and the IPC Athletics World Championships. Now 13.38, can he do any better than that? There was a medal ceremony going. The men with the shades. The 1500 metres T11, it was a foul by Scott Jones. He has the world record and he still leads.
Let's have a look at this medal ceremony then. 1500 metres for the T11s. Totally blind athletes with their guides. The guides get a medal as well. And they get a lion. These lions very much an endangered species now. Will Downing's been on the hunt for one, but couldn't find one. Sold out halfway through. And that's something that shows the success of the Games. Larger crowds than expected. Christian Valenzuela coming up for the silver.
It's his second silver medal of these Games. Got silver in the 5,000, silver here for Chile. Got gold in the 5,000 in London. Now Santos, and Santos for Brazil. Carlos was the guide, Adair was the athlete, and the achievement was gold. 406.52. Got silver in this in London, but he successfully defends his world title. It's his third world medal. He's never won a gold at a Paralympic Games. Rio would be the perfect place to put that right, don't you think? Started off many, many years ago as a sprinter. He's 32 now. And the potential is still there for him to do this in 3 years' time. But Doha before that, and before Doha is the Brazilian national anthem.
Marvellous anthem.
So, another gold for Brazil. And the improvement of their lot continues. We're moving back over to the women's long jump. This is the T12. And we have had developments here. Linda Hamre with an African record for Algeria, 5'67". She's been the long-term leader. But here comes Oksana Subkovskova of the Ukraine. A major leap. Clearly out beyond 6 meters. And 6:03 is a new championship record. She's in the lead.
Next up, we'll have the women's 100 metres T53 final. Ladies just out on a warm-up lap. Just waiting for that medal ceremony to finish. And they've now headed round.
And Hamre's second attempt, 5:71. And the world record being announced in the stadium we have seen a few moments ago from Mr. Jones in the shot put. We've had so many, it's hard to schedule them in around the races in the stadium.
Extraordinary number of records being broken on what is clearly a very fast track. Can't say it's a fast field though. Doesn't have any effects at all. It's just what catches the various devices that are being thrown.
Now this is Anna Kanyuk, who's medalled in the last 2 major championships, the Belarusian. Well, that's a good one as well, and there's a chance of her being in the medals. It's a white flag. Really launched herself out there. Kanyuk, 5:42 in the first round. I think she's improved by a nice chunk. And a great chance of getting into the medals here. 5:52, not enough of a chunk because she stays 5th, but she's only 5 centimeters away from bronze. And that's what she's won in the last 2 major championships. Something that she will seek to change in a good way.
And the only song that we've heard more than the Russian national anthem is the Star Wars theme. I just wonder whether George Lucas is on some kind of a royalties thing here.
It's John Williams who wrote it.
So John Williams will get it. You're right, it is John Williams. He also wrote E.T. and various others. So this is the women's 100 metres T53. This is another final. They're coming thick and fast. It's for the wheelchair races. Let's have a look at the competitors in lane 1. Kaiko Konishi of Japan, 17:89 personal best. Bermuda's Jessica Cooper-Lewis in lane 2, 18:51 her PB. Now this is a lady to look out for, Angela Ballard of Australia. Personal best of 16:83. She's done 16:93 this season. Ilana DuPont of Canada, season's best, 17:69 is her personal best. Kazumi Nakayama, 17:73 her personal best set this season. She's bang in form, but she's next to this lady, Huang Lisha of China, who holds the championship record of 16:94 and the world record of 16:22. She's going to take some beating. She'll be out of the blocks like a bullet. Alongside her, it's the American Chelsea McClammer, 18:47, her season's best. Better over the longer distances. And Catherine de Brunner of Switzerland, also better over the longer distances. 18:05, her season's best. Her personal best, 17:63, as we hear the cowbells. So can anyone keep up with the pace of Huang Lisha of China? If anyone can, it'll be Angela Ballard of Australia. women's 100 metres T53s. Kanishi, Lewis, Ballard, Dupont, Nakayama, Huang, McClammer and De Bruyne. And Huang away very, very well indeed in lay 6. Huang is storming away with it. Nobody can get anywhere near her. Ballard making a storm now, but Huang is going to get this very easy. It's Ballard in second place and Nakayama of Japan in third. Huang very, very comfortably indeed. 17.07 outside of her championship record, but very, very comfortable. And yet another gold for this amazing lady from China. Huang Lisha. Angela Ballard did provide a bit of opposition to get the silver, but she couldn't do any better than that. So Huang 17.09 in gold. Ballard for Australia, silver 17.64, and bronze to Ilana Dupont 18.22 for the Canadian. Nakayama of Japan came in fourth, then it was De Bruyne, McClammer, Konishi and Jessica Cooper-Lewis of Bermuda coming in last. So no championship record or no world record, no royalties for John Williams, just a gold medal for Huang Lisha of China and a silver for Angela Ballard, bronze for DuPont of Canada.
That's the fourth major championship that Huang Lisha has won. Retains her world crown, won 1 and 2, 100 metres in London. 17.09 from Huang Lisha, Angela Ballard second, and Ilana Dupont in third place.
Now John Williams' tune is playing, so somewhere in the stadium there has been some sort of record.
I think a might have come in the club throne. But we'll update you on that. Indeed it has. Balhaj for Algeria. So their piece of music we may be hearing again. 37.51 is thrown. 2 area records as well for Sochal from Poland, Stokes of the USA in second and fourth respectively. And needless to say, continental record for Balhaj as well for Africa. So the African, European and North American records in that have gone, and we'll update you on that competition.
And don't go anywhere, because we've got some great action on the track. We've got the 2 McFadden sisters going head-to-head in the women's 100 metres final. And then, after that, we've got 2 Russians going to head-to-head, Artem Loganov and Fedor Trikalic. That's in the 100 metres for T12s.
Kasper Schutte of South Africa threw 41.71 in the first round, but a foul with his second attempt. Runa Steinstad does lead for Norway, championship record 49.81. Helgi Sveinsson of Iceland is in second place, 47.77, and Fu Yanlong of China third, 46.94.
And if you're watching in Ireland, about a half an hour to go till we see Jason Smith in action again, see if he can keep up with his roommates.
So that goes out from Max Frederick Ngeiser from the Central African Republic. Kasper Schutte still seeing, having had that foul, just getting his rotation right. And you saw just what Ngeiser has to do in order to get the javelin out. He's on crutches, no blades for him. Just watch this, this is remarkable. Well, he had a foul in the first round, and the second round it goes out to 20.88, but unlike the rest, he doesn't get a run-up. Well, it's a remarkable act. I mean, obviously, blades don't grow on trees in the Central African Republic. It's all about funding, but what you see in certain sports is that other countries, if they've got spares or if they've got old equipment, they're happy to donate it to other countries. Now, this is Volka Sinkovic of Belarus. The women's long jump T12. Now 5.54 she jumped in the first round. That was 3 centimeters away from bronze. It's now 4 centimeters because Sarah Martinez Pajero has extended by a centimetre out to 5.58. Sinkovic was 5.54 in the first round, and that's 5.32. Subkovska, by the way, the Ukraine, another good leap. 6 meters 46 with her second attempt. Means her lead goes out a little bit further. 75 centimeters. So this is the latest situation. Subkovska leading, Hamri second, Martinez Punchero is second. Now is the golden charge about to continue for Tatiana McFadden. She's alongside her sister in this, Hannah, having already won the 1500 meters final earlier tonight. So the list for this women's 100 meters T54. In lane 1 for Canada, Kira Lynn Fry. Lane 2 for Turkey, Subeda Subageci. For Finland in 3, she won the 200 meters silver medal, Amanda Kataja. The champion in London, Li Wenjun of China. And if Tatiana McFadden is going to do the clean sweep, she has to beat her. This is probably the hardest gold medal for McFadden to win. Li Wenjun, the London 2012 champion. Georgina Oliver of Great Britain is in lane 5. And then in 6. 4 gold medals she's won this week. Tatiana McFadden, she won 3 in London. Gold in the 200 here. Bronze in this in London and in the last World Championships. Her sister Hannah alongside. Tatiana born in St. Petersburg, Hannah in Albania. We may be talking about Ruthie McFadden in a few more years. And Kelsey Lefevre is in lane 8. Well, it's been golden fever for McFadden so far. She's won 4. This an attempt at a 5th. She's also in the 400, and the marathon lineup has not yet come out. But she was listed for that earlier. So, the final of the women's 100 meters, T54. It's Fryan 1, Subageci 2, Kataja 3, Liu 4, Oliver 5, McFadden and McFadden 6 and 7. Lefevre is in lane 8. But Tatiana is 6, Hannah in 7, Liu Wenjun to beat. Away first time, Li Wenjun in 4. This is going to be a great race. Tatiana McFadden is in 6, and Liu is flying away. And does McFadden have anything in here? Kataja's going well. Now McFadden will start flying. McFadden's coming back. McFadden's coming back. McFadden's coming back. McFadden surely won it. McFadden surely won it with Liu in 2nd place. She's a superstar. She's a brilliant athlete. Well, that's 5 gold medals for Tatiana McFadden, and she's got it officially now. By 4 hundredths of a second. Oh, this was superb because she was way back and forth the 5th. Takes her a while. And just look at the shoulder power of Tatiana McFadden. And once she got in her stride, well, she now knows she's the best of 100. And she looked across at Liu to make sure she got past. And she done it. No need to dip, because she had the momentum then. Awful start by McFadden, but she's a marathoner. She does 5,000s, 15,000s. Liu is a sprinter, and for McFadden to do this against an athlete who specialises in this just shows what a superstar she is. We've run out of words. She's a fantastic athlete. And just look at Liu, and she must have known. She must have known, just seeing out of the corner of her eye, that McFadden had come through. And the wheel power of Liu was so much better early on. And look, the hand was up already on the line. She knew it, McFadden. She's done it again, and she has got 5 gold medals.
A very rare situation when Tatiana McFadden didn't start a final as the favourite, because Liu, very much the better sprinter. She's got the fast, twitchy muscles that you need to be a sprinter, whereas Tatiana McFadden is just a beast. That is her nickname, the Beast. And she just, you saw how far behind she was. She came from 4th. Liu was flying away, and I saw that, and I thought, well, Liu's won this. She's won it. There's no way anyone could come back. And then she came back and just used power to get back in there. And how anyone could do it over such a range, I don't know.
So McFadden takes the gold for a 5th time, 16.42. Liu Wenjun second, and Amanda Kataja of Finland picks up her 2nd medal of the week. Georgina Oliver was 4th.
Tough for Hannah McFadden, who keeps making all these finals, which usually would be great if you're an athlete, you kept making finals, but your sister keeps winning them.
Now we've had one of the medal ceremonies here cancelled because of the rerun tomorrow. This will be for the men's 200 meters T52, I believe, though I don't think that's right. We have a Frenchman arriving in the middle.
Les médailles seront remises par le président du comité d'organisation des championnats du monde d'athlétisme paralympique Lyon 2013, Monsieur Gérard Masson.
And by the representative of AXA Atuker.
Et le représentant
Well, we'll wait and see what they announce.
Monsieur Christian Montero.
Bronze medalist, representing the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Médaille de bronze représentant la
So it's the Javelin, the F44 for men. And this is the one we saw the Iranian win the bronze in, Ali Omedi.
This was from light last night, in which there was a late French gold. Ali Omedi, 51.89, taking the bronze medal.
And I wonder why they've delayed this medal ceremony to now, when French television are live. Oh, well, that'll be why.
Makes sense, yes.
Yes, it's all coming clear now.
Makes perfect sense.
Yes, I was wondering why this one had been delayed. French television are live.
Marcio Fernandez. Now, as I was leaving last night, there was a huge delegation behind the main stand here at the Stade de Rome from the Cape Verde Islands. It was a new continental record, 53.87, and a proud moment in international sport for this country.
Quite a funky tracksuit as well they have in Cape Verde.
A lot of athletes, particularly in the younger grades, will say World Youths, World Juniors, European Juniors, tend to swap their tracksuits because they've represented their country so many times. The older you get, the more you are discouraged from doing it.
Now listen to the reception for this guy. It's the Frenchman, Tony Falalavki. And I'm glad they moved the medal ceremony because the French will all beautifully sing their anthem, and it's one of the best anthems you'll hear. The whole crowd here in Lyon will sing along. Allez la France. Even the mascot, Lyon the Lion, waving. Whoever's in that mascot must be feeling the heat.
Well, this will be lustily sung indeed as France do it again. It's what we always say. For a great championships, it's great to have local winners. And we may have another right at the end of tonight's session. It'll be big. Marie-Amélie Lefebvre goes for more glory. Now let's cross back over to the women's long jump. She finished second in that last night in a different category. This for the T12s, and this is Silvania Oliveira 5:32 her best so far. She's currently lying 6th. And in amongst the judges, she emerges. Serious improvement needed. Now, if she improves by 20 centimeters, she goes 5th, but if she improves by 25th, she's in the medals. Still being led by the championship record of Oksana Subkovska. She set that now twice tonight, 6:46, but in fairness, the old championship record was 5 meters dead. That was 5:20 by Oliveira, and the top 7 in the women's long jump final have actually broken the old championship record, which really goes to show how long it's been since it's been competed for.
We've seen Tatiana McFadden, one of the superstars of this sport. We're about to see the boy wonder from the United States, but first it's the bronze medal in the men's 200 T52, Leonardo Perez. Just one of the great finals we've enjoyed here, 200 meters, men's T52. It's an all North American pair. Mexico getting the bronze.
Medalist, representing the United States of America.
Médaille d'argent représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique, Gianfranco Iannota.
The man with the Italian name representing the USA, Gianfranco Iannota, gets the silver. Set a new personal best as well in the final.
Médaille d'or, champion du monde, représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique, Raymond Martin.
There he is, Raymond Martin, set a new championship record, 31:48, in winning the men's 200 metres in the T52 class. Still to come, we've got some great finals for you on the track. The men's 100 metres T12 with Fedor Trikalic up against his rival Artem Loganov from Russia.
If you are able, for the national anthem of the United States of America.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Land of the free, home of the brave, the legendary Raymond Martin.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
So we've got that all-Russian challenge coming up. Fedor Trikalic against Artem Loganov. And then we've got Jonathan Ntutu of South Africa up against Jason Smith of Ireland.
Helgi Sveinsson of Iceland in the men's javelin throw F42 final, currently lying in second place. Great candidate for an Icelandic medal. Personal best 44-77. It's a great throw.
Sur l'écran géant, le ralenti du troisième essai de l'Islandais au Javelin.
You can always tell when it's a good one when the judges are running back, because the judges always have a rough idea where it's going to land.
48.98. Well, he stays second, but increases his personal best by a full second, by a full meter.
So, very rare a medal for Iceland, but there could be one on the way in the men's Javelin F42 final for Helgi Sveinsson. Let's just stay with this action before we go back to the sprinting. This is the Bulgarian currently in the bronze medal position, Dechko Ovcharov. Launches it well, and he's fouled that, so they will not bother to measure. And that means his best after 3 throws is 47.63. Very kind of him, just to foul by putting his foot over the line so that they didn't have to go to the effort of measuring it. It's hot out there for those guys. He took one look and thought, you know what, guys, I'll save you a bit of time. I'll put my foot over, and the judges appreciate that sort of thing. Fu of China next. Fu, the last of the throwers to throw for the 3rd time. Currently 4th. 46.94, his best so far, which was his first throw. He's had 43.93. What can he do here? Comes up, hurls it into the air. I don't think that's going to be an improvement. He's fouled it as well because it was only just over 40, so being very generous to the judges today, the officials who measure those marks, making their life very simple. So everyone's thrown 3 times now, and at the moment, Norway in the lead with Steinstadt, Iceland 2nd with Sveinsson, and Bulgaria 3rd with Ovcharov in this F42 men's javelin.
So it's the midway point of the men's javelin, and Runar Steinstadt and Helgi Sveinsson, Norway and Iceland, 2 nations with a very close relationship, divided by less than a meter. Sveinsson's personal best. Ovcharov 3rd for Bulgaria, but still 3 throws left for everyone. Well, the French support here is very strong for one of their national heroes. We'll see her later, Marie-Amélie Lefeur. Now, women's long jump T12 final, and we're into the 2nd half of the competition now. Those the standings: Katrin Muller-Rothgart, currently lying in 7th place. 5:03, season's best. Adding half a meter to it would get her into the medals. Here she comes, something over 5 would be solid enough, and she hit the board well. 5:27, her lifetime best. She hadn't cleared 5 meters before this year, but now she has. Category for medium visual impairment. Oksana Sapkovska going out to a championship record 6:46. She passed up her 3rd round jump, which may suggest she might do that for future rounds, unless she feels under pressure. That was 4:97 for Muller-Rothgart. 6 centimeters across the 4 jumps. Sylvania Oliveira does have a guide, but no need for clapping. She's gone out to 5:32. Currently has her in 6th place. That's not far away from a lifetime best, which was set this year of 5:40. And if she added even 15 centimetres of that, she would be 3 centimetres away from the medals. There are little margins in order to do things that have not been done before in an athlete's life. This is how you win medals. So here she comes, Oliveira, 5:32, her best to date. And that looks in and around the same mark again, probably not an improvement. We are watching from an angle. Might have gone out around the same mark. Nice trajectory, but she's basically going out as far as she has done in her entire life, and she's still 6th. Further improvement needed, but possibly not within her today, and that's 5:18. Anna Kanyuk of Belarus. Started with a 5:42 and a pair of 5:52 since then. 5:83 is her lifetime best. Zubkovska was the only one in the field going into this with a jump beyond 6 meters, and she's the only one in the field in this final with a leap of 6 meters today. Zubkovska's only 14 centimeters away from her own world record, which she set in London. So here comes Kanyuk now. It's a good leap, but again, I'm not entirely sure if she's improved on the 5:52. Even 5 centimeters would put her in the top 3. You always know from the athletes whether they feel they've done well or not. Also, I do sometimes wonder if an athlete has secured the current world record, that's 5:40 by the way, which is not her best. If an athlete has secured the current world record of something like the Paralympic Games at London in front of 80,000, it's a bit different to then break that in front of, we'll say, 5,000 in this lovely stadium, and it's the World Championship. But just wonder if, you know, that full stadium in the biggest event around.
I think certainly in the jumping and the throwing, the crowd can give you that extra few centimetres. So another event for you on the track, the 100 metres T12 final. And a couple of Russians to watch out for here with a pole in between them. Fedor Trikalic with the distinctive white hair. Absolutely essential to the Russian side. We've seen him in sprint action. We saw him brilliant in the relay, where he ran a fantastic third leg to set up the goal for Russia. But Artem Loganov, his big rival, and Michalski between them from Poland will be worth watching as well. Maximiliano Rodriguez Maggi of Spain. Maxi Rodriguez for short. Personal best 11:01. This man has a personal best of 10:81. He's gone 11:21 this season. He's a fine athlete, Fedor Trikalic. But this will be the favourite. Mateusz Michalski of Poland set his personal best this season, 10:78, so he's slap bang in form. Sandwiched between two Russians, he will be the man to beat. And this is Trikalic's big rival, Artem Loganov. Personal best of 10:98, and like Trikalic, he has a season's best of exactly 11:21. So Michalski holds the championship record from earlier this week, 10:78. The world record, 10:66, set back in June 2010 by Elchin Muradov of Azerbaijan in Bologna in Italy. So this is the T12 100 metres final. It's the middle category for athletes with a visual impairment. Spain's Rodriguez, Russia's Trikalic, Poland's Michalski and Russia's Loganov. And they're away, and Trikalic gets away best in the red of Russia. Trikalic with the blue shorts, but now Michalski comes through.
Oh, Trikalic is gone.
Trikalic is gone, Michalski's coming through, and Loganov is going to get second. Rodriguez will get third, and Trikalic pulled a muscle. Michalski was up against Trikalic. Trikalic had got off to the better start, but then halfway through, something went wrong. He's pulled a muscle, and Michalski of Poland has clinched it in 10.79. So that is just 100 outside his record, championship record. Michalski, 10.79.
Skip the third round, but she's going to go for the fourth, which is interesting. And she's got out a long way. That is a fabulous leap. She didn't use the board very much at all. The championship record coming in the second round. Her world record is 6.60. There was no improvement from Hamre in the fourth round, so she remains at 5.71. It's a really good battle bubbling up between second and sixth for the minor medals, but right now Zubkovska, she absolutely flew out, and just see where she took off from. She could have given herself a couple of more centimeters had she been further up, but that might be immaterial. That's another 6.46. She set the same championship record twice this evening, and that is highly impressive.
Good crowd here this evening, enjoying the lovely sunny, warm evening here at Lyon in the Stade de Rhône. Very, very still now. We had a little bit of a breeze earlier, that seems to have dropped.
So the situation after 4 rounds, Zubkovska has that championship record. Interesting that she took a little breather. Hamre second, Martinez Puntero is third.
Actually, the breeze hasn't dropped, it's just changed direction. Looking at the flags opposite, and it's now blowing away from us until we're not feeling the benefit of it. When it was going sideways on, it was coming nicely down the back of the stand here, giving us a little bit of a cool down in here. Just before we go for the next final, which features Jason Smith of Ireland in action, let's just catch up with what is happening in the javelin. This is the guy in the lead, Runar Steinstad of Norway. Up he goes. Disjointed style of running up. We've got one leg and the one blade, but he's happy with that. How he comes up here, and it's not a smooth action at all, and for obvious reasons, but he's in the lead. He set a championship record, which was 49.81, that one 48.09. So there won't be an improvement at the top, but he still leads Helgi Sveinsson of Iceland and Dencho Ovcharov of Bulgaria.
So now here we go. It is the men's 100 meters T13 final. It features a man going for a big double in Jason Smith. Philip Handler of Switzerland. He's in lane 1. 11.29, season's best secured this year. Chad Paris of Australia in 2. Andre Andrade of Brazil, silver medalist in 2004, has been battling to get back into the medal since. Nambala Johannes of Namibia is in lane 5. Bronze in this in 2012. Silver 2011 for Jonathan Ntutu of South Africa. He is the main candidate to win gold if the man alongside does not. But the man alongside is Jason Smith. Won it in 2012, did the double, the 100, the 200, did the same in 2008, did the same in 2006. And he won the 200 here. So Jason Smith going for his 4th double at a major championships. Radoslav Zlatanov of Bulgaria is in 7. Aidan Dolfo of Canada in lane 8, 11:22, his personal best from this year. Jason Smith holds both the world record and the championship record set in the semi-final. So this is a big one. A man used to achievement. And can Jason Smith pull it off again here? Utterly storming semi-final win, 10.72. An historic double in the Olympic Stadium in London. It's Handler in 1, Perez 2, Andrade 3, Johannes 4 and 225, Smith 6, Zlatanov 7, Dolfo 8. The final of the men's 100 meters, T13. So here comes Smith in 6, blistering away out of the blocks. Johannes going well in 4 as well, but Smith is in front and he wants to stay there. Smith going all the way. Jason Smith does his double, 10.61. Championship record and a championship double for Jason Smith. And it never really looked in doubt at all. And Tutu took second place and Johannes was up there too, but Smith was over half a second ahead of the rest. And again, wouldn't be denied. He just shot out of the blocks. So consistent all the way. A powerful break. And then from 50, away he went on his own, isolated, and champion again. 10.61 Jason Smith. It's 0.15 outside of his Parasport world record. He has run 10.2 in the IAAF circuit, was very close to Olympic qualification, was only 0.04 of a second away from that. And that is a very high standard indeed. It was a real fight for silver, which Tutu took. And as for the rest, there was a real blanket. Well, the real battle, undoubtedly, was for the silver and bronze, and Zlatanov might just have got third. Indeed, he did. But one thing never in doubt, and that was the gold medal, and that went to Jason Smith. He's done it again, championship record, 10.61. You can set your clock by him in 2 seconds. Zlatanov third, and it's another moment of heroism from Jason Smith. Just brilliant.
And I went down to trackside to watch that, and I can confirm Jason Smith is a bit quick. He goes flying by. So, great atmosphere in the stadium. And there'll be a great atmosphere now for this medal ceremony. Women's 1,500 metres. I'm not quite sure what's happened here, but I have a feeling they're in the wrong place. So I think what's happening here is that they couldn't separate them, and so they've both got the silver. It's a little bit confusing as to why they were lined up the way they were. They've both got a silver, nobody gets the bronze. No doubt who has won the gold medal. The lady they call the Beast, Tatiana McFadden. And we just saw her win the 100 metres, and can you believe she can also win the 1,500 metres? When you think in IAAF athletics how different a 1500-meter runner is in build to a 100-meter runner, and this lady can just do it all. Across any distance, she can win it. Whatever distance you can imagine, McFadden will win it for you. And it's time, once again, for the American anthem.
Well, what a fantastic athlete she is. There's now 5 gold medals. She's still got the 400 and maybe the marathon too. We'll find out when that list is released in the next 24 to 48 hours. The 100 was a surprise. She wasn't originally down to do that. There's still a potential of 7 gold medals, even if it's 6. That would be fine. She has 5 now. So women's long jump, T12 final. This is Linda Hamri in second place of Algeria. She has the African record, 5:71 from the opening round, and has to do something really remarkable in terms of her lifetime career in order to get anywhere close to the new championship record holder, Oksana Subkovskaya, who's added the championship record to the world record that she holds. And that's 5:58, and that's a new African record.
Bronze for Poland in the women's 200 meters, T46. This for athletes with a limb deficiency, an upper limb deficiency. And she gets the bronze medal.
Silver medalist representing South Africa.
Médaille d'argent représentant l'Afrique du Sud, Arun Liebenberg.
Arun Liebenberg gets the silver medal for South Africa, and like Fyodorov, it was the season's best for both of them, but they were absolutely blessed by, again, it might sound like a cliche, but it's not, one of the great athletes. It was competitive. But this is just one of the events, one of the categories in which there is one athlete far and away ahead of the rest, and that is Eunice Castillo here of Cuba. Championship record, 24:66.
She puts everything into her running. We saw her collapse after the 400 meters. Took her a while to recover, but this time she was right as rain in no time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Cuba.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de Cuba.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion.
It's now 4 gold medals for Cuba here, 5 in total. Exactly the same as what Italy have achieved, and they're a bronze medal better off than Ireland now, by the way. 4 golds for them, 13th in the medal table. The Smith-McKillop room that the two are sharing, 13th in the world medal table.
Is there talk of getting passports for that room?
Well, now a woman who's been in a class of her own in the women's long jump is Oksana Subkowska. She's in the lead in this. Katrin Müller-Rotzgatz of Germany trying to play catch-up, 5:03.
Just getting this in before the medal ceremony.
Doesn't look a vast improvement. I will give her the consistency of her jumping. Previous 5 attempts only being separated by 17 centimeters in total. Lusna Norkute of Lithuania will finish 8th. And to be honest, I think Müller-Rotzgatz here will finish 7th. 5 meters dead. Consistency all the way. But this time, no joy. Now this was the women's discus final from earlier this morning. And it was British bronze for Holly Neal, 21.54. She did lead at one stage, but was overtaken by a couple of really excellent Tunisian athletes. Women's discus F41, Fatia Amamia with the Tunisian silver. This is the new category, which has come into play this year. F40 had always been those of short stature. F41 is basically just a different division of this. And you know what? We've been passing this woman every single day here. And now she's a world champion. Roa Talili of Tunisia to receive the gold medal.
Nice to see the other medalists clapping the winner. Always great camaraderie between these different athletes that meet in places like this around the world.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de la Tunisie.
Well, it's great when someone that you bump into every day then suddenly emerges as a world champion, and that's what's happened here. So Roa Talili wins the gold, and there's another one about to be decided in the men's javelin. It's the F42. We're going there straight away. Otsvarov has not been able to break into the medal, so he finishes 4th for Bulgaria. Fu Yanlong of China has got into the lead with his 5th round attempt, 50.89, but he's fouled the 6th round. So he's there for the taking. It was a championship record, by the way, 50.89. Here goes Helgi Sveinsson of Iceland. His final throw needs 2 more meters. Needs to get beyond that 50-meter mark. Can he improve the personal best? He said earlier he might have done it too. He might have.
I think so.
48.98 was his best. He's having a really good evening.
That was massive.
We really hurled it out and he cannot ask any more of himself than he's given tonight. Has to improve by exactly 2 meters, and he has! And it is exactly 2 meters, it's 50.98. Sveinsen's in the lead, and the Chinese has been denied the gold. A new championship record for Helgi Sveinsen, and might it be gold for Iceland?
Be their first gold of the Games.
And the only man who can deny him is from that great spear-throwing country of Norway, Rune Steinstad, who's been leading throughout, who was overtaken by Fu. 49.81 is his best. It's his personal best. Sveinsen is a personal best and a national record. And now Steinstad needs to improve by 1.20 meters, basically. Can he do it?
The rivalry between these two countries, everyone back in Norway will be backing him to do it here.
Here he comes. That is not enough, and the gold goes to Iceland. And Helgi Sveinsen has done it. And Steinstad gets the bronze for Norway. Fu, the silver for China. It just wasn't enough in the end, and he gave it his all, but Sveinsen had done the same, and he just got that throw out of nowhere. And I'm sure even he now doesn't know how he did it. That's 49.78. It's only 3 centimeters away from his best throw of the night, actually. But the gold goes to Iceland. Steinstad led for a long time, but contents himself with the bronze. And I have to tell you, he improved Sveinsen his personal best by 3.30 meters to get the gold there. And the odds were against him. And he managed to pull it out. And that is nothing short of brilliant. Helgi Sveinsen gets the gold medal for Iceland. A championship record, 50 meters 98, and Iceland tonight has a new champion of the world.
Never seen a man with so much tape on his shoulder. He's held together by tape by the looks of him. Oh, and he's quite emotional as well. He's in tears, poor fella.
Well, he's every right to.
It's not often you see Iceland get a gold medal in a Paralympic sport.
What he's done is he's put Icelandic parasport on the map, but probably more significantly, he's put parasport on the map in Iceland. Fu Yanlong was 50.89 in the end, and Sveinsen basically had to put in the throw of his life to beat him, and he only just did. So now it's semi-finals time, and this is the men's 1500 meters, T54, and another one of the great names is coming shortly.
So we've got Rawat Tana of Thailand. He is the championship record holder, set back in 2002 in France. Higuchi of Japan, 3 minutes, 0.1. Jean-Paul Compeore of Canada. Sukman Hong of Korea. This is Jake Mappin of Australia. Roger Puigbo Verdega of Spain. And then two very quick men, the two quickest in the race, in the two outside lanes. Joshua George, always got a good smile for us, and Julien Casselly of France. Listen to the reception for him. So the first three will qualify, plus the next four will advance through into the final. And it's Casselly away very fast. We've got Tana, Higuchi, Kampori, Hong, Lapin, Puigbo, Verdega, George and Casselly.
Yes, it's a really good, strong panel here. Joshua George, 4 medals at the Paralympic Games. in history, 2008 gold in the 100 meters. There's 15 times that distance. Hong Suk-man from Korea in this as well, who across 2 Paralympic Games has won 7 medals. Now they're all very tightly bunched here, but heading away into the front, this is Rawatana of Thailand who leads, then Joshua George in second place, then the Japanese Higuchi trying to work hard to go in on the inside. The Canadian Campari as well, we've seen him do well this week, and the Australian Jake Lappin too, but it's been an impressive start by Rawatana. He's got the slowest personal best, so if he's going to do it, he's going to have to try and burn them all off. But as Joshua George is responding very well, he's had a decent week so far, but he wants to get it better. It's the top 3 who go through to the final, and the next 4 fastest losers. And well, Rawatana has really nailed his colours to the mast and put his cards on the table. But what does he have left over the next 2 laps, I wonder?
Yep, Tana has the slowest personal best, but he also is the championship record holder. Josh George looking very comfortable, having to actually slow down to stop himself colliding with Tana from Thailand. And now Josh George deciding that that's enough, and he'll see if he can get past.
Yeah, they're over on the back straight. It's a nice surge being put in by Josh George. He's a lovely athlete. And that championship record, by the way, dates back to 2002 from Rawatana when it was last held in France at Ville of Dast, near Lille. But he's still up there, and there's a bit of a gap emerging here, Jeremy.
Absolutely. And Tana is just keeping up with Josh George at the moment, but George bringing them round. And it's speeding up. It's been fairly slow up till now. So here they go.
Yes, and now it's being led out by the Japanese Masayuki Higuchi of Japan, and there's the bell, and it's Tana in second place, and George is boxed in at the moment, finds himself locked in behind the Korean Hong Suk-man. Also trying to make a move is the Canadian John-Paul Campare, but he's way back in second last at the moment. So it's being led up by Higuchi, who moved up well on the inside. Now here goes Rawatana on the outside, and in third is Hong Suk-man of Korea. 3 times at Paralympic Games gold medalist, and Joshua George is moving up in the inside as well, and Tana goes on the outside, and this is going to be a great finish. It's Tana and it's Higuchi, and it's Tana who goes for it now, and Higuchi might just have mistimed it, but Tana is going to take the win, and he's going to go through. Tana wins it, and in second was Brigbo Vidagra of Spain. Where did he come from? It's a championship record as well. Hong also in there, and Higuchi, there are the first 4. I think Hong might just have been the man dropped off in the middle, but it's a really old championship record, broken by the man who set it 11 years ago. Rawatana, 3:01.78 unofficial, and then a bit of a blanket between Hong Suk-man, Masayuki Higuchi, and Roger Puigbo Vidagra of Spain, who was largely out of it, I have to say, for a long time. And he just came good in the last 200, sailed up in the inside when no one was seeing him, and all eyes were on Rawatana,
who's taken 8 seconds off his own record, a very old record, as you say.
Yeah, Hong, by the way, was run out of it, so he'll have to wait as the fastest loser. Puigbo Vidagra was second, which is remarkable considering he really was nowhere for a lot of that. Really strong finish at the end by Puigbo Vidagra, but not as strong as Rawatana, who has taken 5.5 seconds off his personal best. Puigbo Vidagra was second, Higuchi was third, and Hong Suk-man will have to wait. It was 3:02.74. It was a good time, good chance he'll make it. Blanket finish behind Rawatana, who wins for Thailand. Get out of the way, cameraman. Puigbo Vidagra second, Higuchi third, Hong fourth, Campare fifth, Josh George sixth. It's the 4 fastest losers, so there is still a possibility that they will make it.
Despite being the championship record holder, that was an extraordinary exploit from Rawatana, because his season's best up till now had been 3:17.05.
Now let's wrap up the women's long jump. It's the T12 final. A gold at stake here, and we saw some impressive jumping throughout the evening. So let's see, Sara Martinez Puntero, her last jump, and that is her longest of the night, and it secures her bronze, 5 meters 60, and she's made it. And the distance is all very good. She had Little help from the wind, but not much. Linda Hamri of Algeria, her final attempt, 5.62. Her African record from the second round, 5.71 meters.
So confirmation of that. Not long till we're back on the track for the second semi-final, which features Marcel Hoog.
Subkowska, her last attempt, went out a long way. No doubt this was a world record attempt at the 6.60 she set in London last year. Went out to 6.51. It's a third championship record of the night, and it's another gold medal for Ukraine. Well, just like in London, having a fantastic time here. Double figures in terms of gold medals, and that's number 11 for them, and it goes to Oksana Subkowska. They've won 19 medals and 11 are gold. They've got that golden feeling. Subkowska wins championship record, Hamri second, and Martinez Puntiero in third.
So the atmosphere building up here in the stadium.
Quite a bit of Thai support here, actually, and they'd have loved what they saw in the first semi-final of the men's 1500 meters, T54, when Ranatana took that, 3:01.78, and they've got another Thai man to support in the next semi. But again, you look at that main stand here, Tony Bertrand Tribune, and it's full, as it has been just about every night. And this is the second semi-final of the men's 1500 meters, T54. And again, some excellent names in this, including Marcel Hoog, who at the moment has got 3 gold medals this week. Raymond Martin 4, and Tatiana McFadden 5. Alexandre Dupont of Canada, 3:04 is personal best, and he might need it. Alongside Richard Coleman, won the gold in the 800 in London. 2 golds there. Ekachai Yanchon of Thailand alongside Josh Cassidy, the London Marathon winner, and who has been a good performer all week. Brian Seaman of the United States alongside, again, he's a 3:04 man. Kim Gudai won bronze in this in 2012 and denied Hook the gold in the 800. The only man to have what you might euphemistically call bragging rights over this man this week. Marcel Hoog, gold 10,000, gold 400, gold 5,000, silver in the 800, and silver in this in 2012, and silver in the marathon and the 800 as well. He holds the world record. The championship record went a few moments ago. Hoog also a silver medalist in this in 2011. .3:02.34, the cut-off time for the fastest losers. In this second semi-final, Alexandre Dupont of Canada, Richard Coleman of Australia, Janton of Thailand, Josh Cassidy of Canada, Brian Seaman of the USA, Kim Gudai of Korea, and Marcel Hoog of Switzerland. And Hoog, the silver bullet, the silver helmet, crouched down and in the lead already in this opening lap.
Yeah, Marcel Hoog looking very, very comfortable, went straight through into the lead there with the silver helmet on, and he's just leading him away. It's going to be very, very fast, this one. He's coming past us now after 1 lap, and he's doing very well indeed, is the silver bullet ahead of Kim. And Josh Cassidy back in 4th place at the moment, looking poised to strike at any point. But they're nicely spaced out, and Marcel Hoog leading them down the back straight.
Hoog is in the lead, and now he'll just move aside for the time being. Kim Gudai takes the advantage, and then it's Canadian second and third. Alexandre Dupont in second. Josh Cassidy very easy to pick out in 3rd place with the psychedelic wheels. Slight move back at the moment for Marcel Hoog. Yanton is also trying to make a mark for himself here, but there's a nice bit of speed down this home straight. Kim Gudai, bronze medalist 2012, in the lead, and he won the 800 here. Dupont in second, Cassidy in third. For Thailand, it's Yanton now in 4th place, and the American Brian Seaman is trying to make an impact too. They've got less than 2 laps to go. That's 700 meters.
And Marcel Hoog, who led them out just to get the pace up, has dropped right back to 6th place at the moment. Kim just allowing Dupont to come alongside. Cassidy up there as well. Kim just moving out, so Dupont will lead them round. Then it's Cassidy and Marcel Hoog still second last at the moment. Dupont bringing them round. King is on the outside just in case there needs to be anything that he needs to monitor. And now Marcel Hoog moves up round the outside. So it's Kim now taking the lead, ahead of Dupont, then Cassidy and Marcel Hoog poised to strike as they come up to the bell.
The real race starts now. Here's the bell. It's Kim who leads. It's Cassidy who crosses the line second, but Hoog was on his shoulder in 3rd place. He'll make his move now. It's Janton in 4th for Thailand, and on the outside for Australia, Richard Coleman. He's making a good move too, and it's these 5 who'll try and divide up the top 3 places and see where they go from here. It's Kim who still leads. Cassidy, Hoog is in 3rd place, but now he'll start moving out on the outside. He'll go out to lane 2 and even further if he needs to. But it's still Kim Goodai who leads for Korea. Hoog now makes his move on the outside, as you'd expect. Cassidy back into 3rd place. Hoog goes for it now. This is where he wants to be. Every semi-final he wants to win, and he'll win this one. And that's a little bit of revenge for losing the gold the other night to the man who finishes 2nd here, Kim Goodai. It's a championship record for Marcel Hoog, and Kim Goodai is 2nd. Cassidy was up there too, and that new record of Rawatano, well, the old one was untouched for 11 years, and the new one barely lasted 11 minutes. 2:59.96 is the first time that this record goes under 3 minutes, and it's Marcel Hoog who does it.
And it was a real battle from Coleman coming up to challenge Cassidy for that 3rd place, and I'm not sure who's got it, and nor are the judges at the moment, because they're only announcing the first 2, but Coleman came storming up to challenge Cassidy for that 3rd place. They've given it to Coleman.
There was a nice subtle little look at each other as well, and Kim knows in this final Hoog wants to be the boss. Coleman did indeed get the 3rd place, but they were all well inside the old championship record, so I reckon Cassidy and Janton will definitely get through for certain. And Coleman is through as an automatic qualifier. Well, I was impressed by Marcel Hoog. Little flexing of a muscle almost. His stature increases even further. 2:59.96, championship record. Kim 2nd, Coleman 3rd. Cassidy and Janton are indeed through, and it is indeed a championship record for Marcel Hoog.
Seems to be able to win it from wherever he is in the field, whether he's leading or he went into that last lap. He was 5th, just came up around the outside and just won it with ease.
So a good victory for Marcel Hoog. A couple more medal ceremonies are on the way. There is one more event on the track tonight, and it's the final of the women's 100 metres, the T44s, and it features Marie-Amélie Lefebvre. Go nowhere. It's been another great day's action. A couple of medal ceremonies that will be placed in before the final sprints of the evening. And that is a 100 metres, and this ceremony is for a 400 metres, but it includes the 100 metres champion at T11. There's a special TV crew here. There's a TV crew here doing it live for Brazilian television, but there's also a special TV crew here that films every single one of the movements of the Brazilian squad. And they've won a huge amount of medals here. Another gold on the way coming. And Miroslava Sedlakova of the Czech Republic, who's a decent athlete, well medalled, and it will be a bronze medal for her. Her guide is Mikhail Prokaska. Season's best 102.48. And it's the bronze for the Czech Republic. And the medals being handed over by the head of the IPC Athletics, Ryan Montgomery.
Thank you.
From Scotland. his work just about everywhere, was in Irish athletics for a good few years and is now based in Germany with the International Paralympic Committee. Now Angola, Maria Silva did very well here. Area record, 1:21. So a new African record. Her guide is Nicolau Ernesto Palanza, and that is the silver. It was very hard to keep up with the eventual champion here. 1, 2, and 4. She's won again. She did it in Christchurch, and she's dancing. Every time she wins a gold medal, she dances, which means she dances a lot. Teresina Guillermina, champion in the 100, and the 200, and the 400. Championship record as well, 56.56, and it wasn't that far away from the world record. And to be honest, I think towards the end there was a little bit of easing up. They wanted to make sure they won. And isn't she just a fantastic champion? Great advertisement in her home country.
She doesn't know how endangered those lions are, though. She was swirling it around.
For the national anthem of Brazil.
Well, she has 3 now. I can happily take one off her.
She's insisting that everyone comes up on the middle podium.
And that is just fantastic. And you know this anthem by now. Emotional athlete, 11 gold medals now for Brazil, and as Rio 2016 comes closer, and I mean Rio 2016 as a whole, she'll be one of the faces used to advertise her and Oliveira, without doubt. And not just the Paralympic Games, but the Olympic Games as well, the whole month-long festival of sports. Now, let's tell you where the medals went in the club final. This was one of the longest finals of this afternoon. It started around about 4 hours ago, actually. It's only just concluded now, and Jan Vanek came in to take the bronze medal. Decent throw. You can see how far it goes, actually. It's a championship record for Vanek, for the Czech Republic, for his discipline. Maciej Social got the continental record for Poland, but it wasn't enough as a world record, 37.51. And he gave it his all. You can see his arms just flapping. Nahori Balazs took the gold. And the world record too. So Algeria have done it again. Polish silver through Social. 36.97, his last throw was his longest.
So we're going to have another medal ceremony after we've seen this. It will be for the men's 800 metres T34s.
Representing Australia.
Médaille de bronze représentant l'Australie, Reid McCracken.
Reid McCracken, one of the best haircuts of the games. Long on the top, brutally cut around the sides.
He's only 16 years old, Reid McCracken. This must be the first medal of many. Boost the Australian tally even further. 25 medals they've won, which is huge. 2 of them gold so far. Mohammed Amnamdi of the United Arab Emirates gets the silver. And the gold going to a man who now has as many gold medals as Marcel Houg this week. Again from Tunisia, Walid Katila, who won the 100 and the 200, and then just thought, I fancy giving the 800 a go. And he did, and he won. It was a great triumph. Got into a stride well, stayed out in front. And Tunisia now have 7 gold medals this week. It's not bad. So another victory for Tunisia, and a great victory too. I'll quickly bring you up today with the men's shot put F34 final. Reason being is that it's nearly over. There's only one thrower left. Scott Jones of Great Britain leads, world record 13:38. Alexander Elmin second for Russia, 12:79 with a PB. Mudson Kaidi third, 12.73. And we'll tell you who won that. Show you the climax.
Still a decent crowd here.
There's a good reason for that.
There's a very good reason for that, because the local favourite, Marie-Amélie Lefeur, will be going in the last event of the night on the track, the T44 women's 100 metres final. And you can see, let's just listen to the stadium and hear how they're cranking the atmosphere up.
So, for China, Wang Yanzhang is the last competitor in the men's shot put F34 final. The atmosphere is really building up ahead of the women's 100. That is around 11 meters. Now, if it's 12, he'll be threatening the medals here. 11.86 in his second round. That was a personal best, so it's not as if he's a man who's won a huge amount of medals before. It's an event which we don't see a huge amount of, as it's normally combined with others. F34 in its own right. It's 12 meters, it's another personal best. Now he's up to 5th. Now if he improves it by another 40 centimeters, he goes 4th. And if he improves it by 80 centimeters, he goes 2nd. There's a lot at stake here. Suddenly become a prime candidate. He's got 3 throws left. He can take a little break after the 4th, but now he has to go hell for leather. That is again around 11 meters. It's very good from Wang Yanzhang. The crowd are being pumped up here fantastically for this big final track event of the night. It's a foul by Wang. He's got 2 to go. We are committed to the 100 meters final. So if he gets his throws away in time, he won't though. So this is it. And this is what the crowd have stayed for. The final of the women's 100 meters T44. And the hero from the 200. From 2 years ago is in this. Eris Preussen has already denied Lafeur a gold here this week. It was in the long jump, which she won for the Netherlands. She has a chance. New personal best this year of 14.60. And she has Dutch company alongside. Marleen van Gansewinkel. And now, the reigning world champion at 100 meters. Gold at London 2012 and 100. Gold in the last World Championships in both 1 and 2. Marie-Amélie Lefeur completing the full Dutch contingent of 3 here. They could do a clean sweep, especially as Malu van Rijn won the silver in London and claimed the gold in the 200, denying Lefeur glory in that and knocking her down to silver. For Great Britain, she's done really well to reach this final. Sophie Camlish. April Holmes of the USA. Gold in Beijing. Bronze in London and in the World Championships in Christchurch. And many other successes besides. She's 40. She's the only one born in the 70s in the squad. Lefeur, the only one born in the 80s in 1988. This is Saki Takakura of Japan, a bow for the audience. And Laura Sugar is in lane 8 for Great Britain. The only sweet taste of victory that the crowd want comes out of lane 3. It's a combined event. There's a T43, Malu van Rijn in lane 4. But this is the big climax of the night, the final of the women's 100 meters, T44. Preussen in 1, Van Gansewinkel 2, Lefeur 3, Van Rijn 4, Gamlish 5, Holmes 6, Takakura 7, Sugar is in lane 8. So tense around this stadium in Lyon. The main 2 stands are full, wanting to get a good view of their hero, see if she can get gold here. Lefeur in 3, Van Rijn 4. Oh, they are away first time. What a start by Lefeur. It's an unbelievable start by Lefeur. And she's flying Van Rijn behind. Camlish 2. Van Rijn is coming. Van Rijn is coming. She's spoiled the party. It's Dutch gold and Lefeur is beaten. And Malu van Rijn wins the gold. And it's a championship record, 13.02. And it was a Dutch athlete that denied Lefeur the gold in the long jump, and it's happened again here in the 100 meters. But this time it's Malu van Rijn. Look at her going for in the final 30, and Lefeur had no more to give, but Van Rijn did. It was an unbelievable start by Lefeur, and I'll confess, I thought at first she false started. She didn't. Van Rijn came in. It's a championship record. Lefeur will have the silver anyway, and the crowd love that. It's 2 silver medals for Lefeur. But Lefeur had won this in the last 2 major championships and on home soil. She was leading here, and look at Van Rijn go. She was down in 4th, and then suddenly she zipped away. And she knew she was in great form, and she knew she was going to win. And Van Rijn took it 13.02. Lefeur was in 2nd place, Holmes was in 3rd. It's still very much a carnival atmosphere here, and the mascot is greeted. Marie-Amélie Lefeur. Feur meets Lefeur. And it's silver for France, but it's gold for the Netherlands. And Malu van Rijn. And she's being well congratulated by the crowd. And Lefeur is getting a fantastic reception here, despite it not being the gold medal. It was a fantastic race, and just the way Van Rijn came in the final 40 was just sensational. She's a brilliant, brilliant worthy champion.
Yes, like you, I thought the French girl must have done an illegal start, but actually it was just her reaction time was just so quick. And then the double blades of Marlou van Rijn, once they got going, came storming through, and the Blade Babe has won.
Oh, it was just sensational. Just as soon as she got into her stride. Now watch 3 here, watch the start. With the naked eye, I thought there was a false start, but the replay confirms it wasn't. Look at how far back Van Rijn was, and then around 50, it reminds me of Whitehead in the 200 final in London. Just as soon as the stride was there, it was much faster, much quicker, just outside her own world record by 600ths of a second, by the way, which Van Rijn holds. It was just sensational running. There was no smile on her face, maybe there was, and then it turned into a grimace because she was overtaken by Van Rijn on the line. What a finish, what a race. And she has 2 silver medals, and she has her golds from London and Christchurch. I'm sure she'd have absolutely loved it if she had got a gold here in her native France.
But, a large crowd staying for that last event on the track. They wanted to see the local girl get the gold, but she's got a silver. She looks happy enough with that, and it was a great champion.
And Van Rijn wins a championship record 13:02 in the first second. April Jones did indeed take the bronze with Camlish and Sugar. Just run out of it for Great Britain.
So 2 of the big names in this game, Marlou van Rijn, Marie-Amélie Lefeur, and now we're enjoying a bit of Gloria Gaynor.
Well, I have to say, there was a terrific race, negligible wind, still celebrating. You can see in the bottom of your picture, that's round by the big screen. We've got a couple of medal ceremonies to put in, and that's the evening done because the standings have not changed in the men's shot put. Wang did finish 5th in the end, a couple of late fouls. Scott Jones wins gold for Britain. So now the T53 medal ceremony for the women's 100 metres. Just a brilliant reception, and an atmosphere like that, superb. And just built up to the final event as well.
Absolutely, I was working with the presentation team that are building up the atmosphere because we had the media race at lunchtime, and I got to be the stadium announcer in the stadium with them, and it was very good fun. Lovely team, they do great work.
I can tell you that a team from BBC Radio 5 Live in Britain won it, Channel 4. They've been alongside us all week, and they're actually supplying us with their food and water, which is nice. They finished in 2nd place. There were various other teams from France and Brazilian TV. And photographer's team as well. There was just carnage on the line. I've no idea who finished 3rd, but I know.
Well, it was definitely a British 1 and 2, and then I gave it to the French team, but I think the Netherlands photographers actually did it, and Brazilians came 5th.
Channel 4 was singing along to the national anthem. It wasn't for them. This is Ilana Dupont, who last won a major championship medal under her maiden name, Ilana Duff. Bronze, that was in 2008. Angela Ballard, once upon a time, was actually racing against Baroness Tanni Gray-Thompson, who wheeled the anchor leg of that victory for 5 Live today.
Incidentally, if you want to see that, it's available on Paralympic Sport TV, as are all the events here. So if you want to hear Will commentating and me being the stadium announcer and some of our colleagues showing actually why they're very fit, because lots of them are Olympians, to be honest, and Paralympians.
Wang Lisha wins this title for a 4th consecutive championship. 08, 2011, 2012 and 2013. 17:09 was close to a championship record from Christchurch 2 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen,
She
please rise
gets
if
the
you're able
gold.
for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la
So
République
China's
populaire
6th
de
gold
Chine.
and their 6th anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world
And it continues for a little while after that. Successful week for the Chinese team also. Track action is over for the evening, and this is the end of day 6.
And we're just hearing that the last medal ceremony has been cancelled. The last one of the night's been cancelled, so that is the last one. So what a fantastic day's action we've seen.
It's been terrific, very, very well structured. We will round off the final field event now, which was the men's F34 shot put. And it means the action is over by 8 p.m. local time. It was a good event this, the men's shot put. As Iran this time took the bronze through Mohsen Qaidi. 12.73, his best attempt. Not having the influence that they've had in previous games, it was Russian silver. Personal best of 12.79 from Alexander Elmin, which is not an abbreviation.
Helps keep Russia at the top of the medals table. There's the Brit, Scott Jones. With a new world record, and look at his reaction there. That's the moment he realises he's done it. 13.38. His 5th throw was the world record. Well done, Scott. And he wins gold for Great Britain, who have slid rather down the medal table to 4th today. But there we are, confirmation, a world record for Scott Jones. Alexander Elmin of Russia with the personal best, and the bronze going to the Iranian. And that's the rest of the field and how they all finished.
So that is the action done for today at Lyon 2013, and there's only 2 full days of action remaining. Russia picked up 2 morning golds from Anna Sorokina in the javelin and Alexei Ashbadov in the shot put. They didn't win any gold medals in the evening, but the United States did. Tatiana McFadden, Great Britain, as you've just seen, have picked another one up. And the Ukraine, Oksana Zhukovska, with a brilliant championship record in the women's long jump. Algeria continued to pick up medals, and Germany, you'll see, should we go to a second page, how well Tunisia are doing here. They've got 7 gold medals. Cuba won their 4th tonight, Ireland their 4th. Australia have won 25 medals here, and only 2 of them have been gold. Evan O'Hanlon has been fantastic. South Africa 13 medals, but again, if it was done in terms of medals won, Australia and South Africa, Australia would actually be above Britain. Britain are 4th with 11 gold instead. South Africa also going well in terms of medals. Right, that's it for Thursday. We've got Friday morning action. The usual excitement is on the way from Lyon 2013.
We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Until then, au revoir.